Good morning, ladies, gentlemen, and bees. Welcome to the Numbskulls Painting Broadcast. I'm your co-host, Ava. Co-host of explaining Warhammer to my girlfriend. My co-host, Carrie, my lovely partner, my forever mind everything, is in the other room. She has been given a coffee, an offering. She seems to be doing fine. Are you doing fine, Carrie? She's doing fine. We're chilling. Oh shit, it was Juneteenth yesterday. I forgot. Happy late Juneteenth, everybody. Excuse me. Remember when trash service was canceled that day? Yep, it happens. A writing episode on ancient orc lore compared to the contemporary orc lore. Ever read the story where Gork and Mork hit Nurgle so hard he turns into a squig? Yeah. Possum, how much you know about good old Gorka Morka from AOS? I'm guessing we're focused on Chaos Space Marines and Slaves Artists today. Nah, I just hit random. We're doing Ultramarines. I do love Gorka Morka. Do you know the great spider aspect of Gorka Morka? Like the great spider that the goblins worship? Do you want to know in the mythology how that happened? Okay, yeah. So for those who don't know, a little spider walked up to Gorka Morka and bit Gorka Morka's foot. And that's it. The spider had the fucking guts to just walk up and bite Gorka Morka's foot, so now it's a god. It's as simple as that, baby. It's as simple as that. It's so fucking good. I love Gorka Morka. I feel bad for Gorka Morka. For those who don't know, the current, like, thing in AOS is that Gorka Morka just kind of misses his buddy. His buddy being Sigmar. He just kind of misses his friend. They were good buds during the Age of Myth. They would, like, you know, because they're both kind of like barbarian-ish. He just misses his boy. One minute, I'm looking for something. Is that why there's a spider-focused tribe in Gloomspite Gits? Yep. They worship the spider god. I'm looking for the exact text for a second. It's in the... It's in Soulbound. It's in Champions of Destruction. I have it here. One second. I'm scrolling. The Spider God. The entity known as the Spider God is worshipped by the Spiderfang Grots as a great arachnid that became an aspect of Gorka Morka after biting his foot and gaining divine might as a result. Elusive and secretive, few know of the Spider God's true intentions, but on at least one occasion it has used eldritch webs to weave together the souls of its most prized followers, creating a binding that stalks the shadows to this day. Gorka Morka, the towering twin-headed Orc god, is the only member of the Destruction Pantheon who was present when the Order Pantheon conceived the binding ritual during the Age of Myth. Though his contributions were limited to terrifying bellows to strengthen the spirits of the binding, he has since successfully forged his own bindings by replacing any arcane knowledge he lacks with a hearty abundance of Wa. Some speculate that Gorka Morka doesn't even know that he makes his bindings, and that those who are bound were just lucky enough to receive a bellow approval from their god. On at least one occasion, when the god was split into his rival halves Gork and Mork, the twin gods each forged their own binding and set them hunting each other in a proxy fight that is still ongoing. I love it. Let's make Gork and Mork the same god that can split apart occasionally, but they can also... Yeah, it's so fucking cool. We're gods. We're magic. We don't have to fucking make sense. Hey, it's me, your average Ultramarine. Did you know? Did you know my... Hey there. It's me, your average Ultramarine. Did you know? My favorite things are Jump Pack into a Tyranid Horde, Microsoft Excel, water without any ice, the newest volumes of the memoirs of Caiaphas Cain, and corpse starch. See you in Space Marine 2, everybody. Excellent. Incredible. Incredible. I've never actually read like the species thing for the Champions of Destruction. Hold on. Well, of course we got to start with Grots. Gorkamorka is so overpowered. Legitimately, they might be as powerful or more powerful than the Chaos Gods. They just don't understand the power they wield. Somewhat true. Listen. Phenomenal cosmic power. Itty bitty teeny tiny brain. I was spending too much time on writing on that. I kind of want to express my love for the spider that bit Gorkamorka. It's great. It's incredible. Hello, Magnus Bunny Mom. Welcome, welcome. During the Age of Chaos, Gorkamorka's smallest children scattered into places deemed worthless by all others. The Gitmob Grots vanished into the sun-scorched horizons of the most desolate deserts and steppes, while the Grot-bagged scuttlers scrambled up the mountains and eventually all the way into the clouds. But the vast majority found shelter in places away from the light, amid moisture, coolness, and shade, where they multiplied and gathered their strength. In this way, Grots proved the defining characteristic of their species. They have a keen instinct for self-preservation. They excel at hiding away in places too fetid, soggy, or infested with parasites for anyone else to want, where they make opportunistic use of whatever weird resources they have on hand. When they tire of being the scrawniest creatures around, Grots devise hallucinogen-fueled schemes to improve their lot in life. And while these ploys often seem self-destructive, the fact that any Grots survive to try again is a testament to their natural tenacity. To this day, even Grots don't know where new Grots come from. They emerge from deep grottos and spore-shrouded battlefields with only dim memories of their infancies, and any questions they might have about their origins are quickly swept away once they get caught up in the antics of their elders. Some scholars suspect fungoid proto-grots like Oruks sprout from decaying corpses of their predecessors, but attempts to confirm this theory are usually met with a cackling, jeering, and outraged denial that any grot would start life as dumb and gullible as a human baby or Oruk youth. Whatever the truth behind their origins, grots flourish throughout the realms and irrepressible numbers, chasing down their own devious version of the law. That's funny. Where do grots come from? I don't know. They fucking come from somewhere. Now here's the most interesting one. Let's talk about hobgrots. Hobgrots are the orange ones. Now you might be like, orange? What the hell is that about? I'll tell you. Bigger than grots, but smaller than oruks, hobgrots are an in-between in many ways. They are famous for serving as intermediaries between the Cruel Boys and the Hashut worshipping Duradin, but they don't quite belong in either society. For that matter, any other major faction in the mortal realms. Their warbands organize into hierarchies that resemble free guild regiments more than conventional Oruk or Grot mobs, and even their secretive traditional language, which uses a system of runic glyphs, shares more with the dispossessed tongue than any destruction-associated lexicon. They perpetually operate on the fringes of their allied cultures, but as a result they have developed a flexible, diplomatic outlook that Gorkamorka's other followers typically lack. Solidarity is more important to Hobgrot cultures than is usual for Grot or Uruk societies. Knowing they're the only ones willing to stick their necks out for each other, they close ranks if any outsider singles out one of their own. A Hobgrot may steal a fellow Hobgrot's loot, trip them on the marsh, or even stick a knife in their back without the others paying too much attention. But a non-Hobgrot who does the same must be prepared to face the entire tribe. Hey! He might be a piece of shit, but he's our piece of shit. We're in this together. You mess with one of us, you mess with all of us. That's not to say Hobgrots are all flower-crowned peacekeepers, though. The cruelest among them lord their comparative strength over Grots, Noblars, and Snotlings, ceasing their abuse only when a burlier Uruk comes to clobber them into submission too. Though they can muster the pretense of discipline when rallied into formation, Hobgrots often whisper obscene jeers to each other as they march, constantly sabotaging each other to get a leg up on their rivals. They combine all the scheming of their smaller cousins with the violence of their larger ones, so while some Hobgrots represent the best of Grots and Oruks brought together, many others seem inclined to the worst of both worlds. So chat, Hobgrots are orange. There's a myth relating to this. The myth goes, now remember, this is a myth, so it could be true, it could be false, there could be some aspects of truth in there, but basically, there was once a great battle, I believe against Chaos. So let's say it's against Chaos. You know, I'm an orc shaman telling you this story. Sit down, little Grot, okay? Sit down, my little goblin. One day, there was a big spiky gate coming down, and all Chaos wanted to destroy all this stuff. Now, the Hobgrots... No, there was a big battle between Gork and Mork. Sorry, I misremembered. There's like a big crystal in my head. It's like shocking me with green. There was a big battle between Gork and Mork. See, at this time, Gork and Mork were separated, you see. And there was gonna be a big battle between them. Now, Gork took all the cruel boys, and Gork took all the Iron Jaws, and Mork took all the cruel boys. Or was it the other way around? I can't remember. But you see, the Hobgrots went over to Gork and asked him what they was gonna get in return. And instead of offering their services to Gork, they then went to Mork and see if he had a bigger offer. And that was nasty. So because they're so scummy and pieces of shit, Gorka Morka took away their green. Which is why they're like orange now. They took away their green as a mark of like, they're not proper orky. Orange, they're like kind of orangish toned. Hobgrots root for the Knicks and Mets. Yes, exactly. They have, like, they are scummy. They bet on both teams. Also, I think Mets is baseball. They're part of the Great Orange now. Let's talk about ogres. According to legend, the first ogres emerged from Gorka Morka's drool, literally born of his hunger. They exist to soften and digest the realms in preparation for the day the gulping god consumes all of existence. It is an explanation as good as any for their astounding appetites, which force them to travel constantly in search of more food. While ogres are the most human-like of the destruction species, with the same diversity of hair colors, eye colors, skin tones, no human could possibly stomach the things ogres routinely chew between their rock-hard teeth. Their impressive physiques are made all the more intimidating by layers of thick fat, which hint at the strength of the muscles beneath. Most ogres belong to a subculture called the Gutbusters, a collection of Maw tribes known for using black powder weapons, reading portents and gory entrails, and having almost as much interest in shinies as they do meat. But smaller but equally significant portion of ogres are the Beastclaw Raiders, cursed nomads who are chased from birth by the mystical eternal blizzard called the Everwinter. Gutbusters and Beastclaw Raiders intermingle often, but the presence or absence of the Everwinter's curse means that an ogre from one society can never truly belong to another. Uniquely among the forces of destruction, ogres build permanent fortifications. Their capitals, called Glutholds, form both the starting and ending points for their long hunting journeys, and many of these ancient fortresses survived the Age of Chaos when few other settlements did. At the same time, ogres regularly frequent the free cities, performing odd, mostly violent jobs in exchange for exorbitant amounts of food. Trade masters often accuse ogres of faithlessness, but for many ogres, betrayal is the obvious choice if it yields them more to eat. And anyone who doesn't see it coming only has their own weakness to blame. Based. 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 I'm up in my gut. I'm stroking my gut. I love AOS lore. I love AOS lore because there's so much, like... Because the Age of Myth happened. Like, there was a whole, like, the gods were walking around and, like, doing stuff, and then there was a great catastrophe, and now it's, like, the gods are still around, but they're, like, hella rare. But because of that, you have all these interesting cultures and interesting myths where it's like, well, did that happen? Did that happen? I actually prefer when ogres have their own lore separate from Gorka Morka. Well, I like that the origin myth seems to be like, oh yeah, they came from his drool, so that's why they're so hungry. But they do worship the gulping god, which is an aspect of Gorka Morka, but not exactly the same thing. I think in the last Destruction Battle Tome for, not for ogres, but I think they did make a distinction that the Gulping God is now, like, fully, it is not Gorka Morka. It's like a weird other thing. Wasn't the old lore a meteor that made a big crater? Yeah, but that was the world that was. This is the new stuff. This is all AOS. So I feel ogres could probably fit my playstyle the best, but their lore is the most non-existent in AOS. Hopefully the refresh gives them so cooler models too. Yeah, the rumor is, like, any old ogre model is going to AOS, but I feel like they're going to focus hella on the Beastclaw Raiders, which frankly are the cooler of the two, in my honest opinion, in my humble opinion. Giant ogres who, like, wander around on gigantic monsters. And they're, like, constantly, like, they live nomadic lifestyles because they're literally being chased by a blizzard. Like, that's fucking cool. What? That's so sick. You know the grots that ride a squig? Let's read about those. For a grot, there is no quicker path to glory and admiration than riding a squig. There is also no quicker path to a messy disembowelment, but even then, many aspiring cavaliers take their chances on an irrescribable... I've never seen this word before. That's interesting. Irrescribable cave squig's back. Only those who survive long enough to achieve some degree of mastery get to call themselves Boingrot Bounders, donning the moon-shaped helms that supposedly keep their mounts from eating them. Boingrot Bounders are so adept at clinging to their squids that they can actually spare attention to fighting as well, using their steeds' meteoric momentum to drive their pokin lances straight through steel plate. Boingrot Bounders are the idols of the Moon Clan world, quick to tell exaggerated stories of their wild rides to awed grot crowds. They have decidedly less clout among Oruks and Ogres who regularly ride Gruntas, Mournfangs, and even more fierce beasts, but some give the Boingrot Bounders a degree of grudging respect. Anyone with the guts to mount a squig can tag along with the riders of the Ironjaws and the Maw Tribe's rally, and the fact that squigs achieve such lift lets them fill a useful niche in these stampeding alliances. Some walls, as it happens, are easier to jump over rather than to tear down. Grots become Boingrot Bounders to make a name for themselves, and Boingrot Bounders become soulbound for the same reason. Joining a binding is a legendary feat almost as good as jumping over to the Bad Moon. So these Grot daredevils literally leap at the chance if it presents itself. Even after becoming soulbound, boy Grot bounders always strive for higher heights, until eventually there's just a dash of truth in their overblown tales of adventure. The fact that their squig usually does most of the work doesn't bother either party, so as long as the Boingrot Bounder remembers who's really in charge. Quote, "When they started firing arrows at us, I knew we had 'em, Muncher and I, on the shafts while they was still flying, one after another till we sailed right over that big heap. Ha! The look on those human faces." Gasbag Puff Gullet, allegedly integral in the siege of New Australium. I find hilarious ogre lead belchers actually do more damage slamming their cannons into enemies than actually firing them. That is funny. No, we're still doing the intro, Will. Hello, Will. We're reading about orcs in AOS and stuff and talking about how cool they are. Like, I am thoroughly impressed that GW has, like, to give credit where credit's due, I am thoroughly impressed at how unique every orc thing they have across their settings is. Minus maybe old world / fantasy. Because old world / fantasy, they're just kind of orcs. They're just orcs. Like, they're big, they're green, they have, like, aesthetically, they're very, very different from regular fantasy orcs. Like Tolkien and stuff like that. But then you go over to, like, AOS and you're like, whoa, what the fuck? And then you go over to 40k and you're like, whoa, what the fuck? What's happening? What is this? I'd love to see 2 variants of orcs in 40k too. So, from what Gappy tells me, is that that's kind of how it is in lore. Like, Goth Clan orcs are literally bigger. They are huge. Bad Moon orcs are, like, they have more teeth, or, like, their teeth grow back more. I imagine Blood Axe's orcs are, like, scrawnier. So, like, in lore, yeah. Like, they are biologically different based on their clans. I just kind of wish we saw it more represented in the models, maybe. Troggoths have very cool models. I just wish they could keep their Bad Moon bonus for more than 1 to 2 rounds at a time. Also, the Troggoth box set is 250. Yeah. Doing a pure Troggoth army is pretty tough because you gotta really pop off. Which is why with... It's weird to compare these 2 armies, but, like, honestly, comparing Soulblight Gravelords, the vampire faction, and the Moon, the fucking Gloomspite Gits, the reason why it's good to compare them is that you're a combination army. The game is going to reward you for bringing multiple weird things together. Doing pure squigs or, like, pure Moon Clan or pure whatever is all great and everything, but you are bringing you have a whole toy box to play with, and the game is encouraging you to bring your toy box with you, which is why the Loon King, I can't remember his name, but the Loon King, his entire ability is he can be like, oh, what phase of the Bad Moon are we in? Pause. He can just pause it. Goths are the biggest. Bad Moon's teeth grow quicker and bigger and buy shit. Blood Axes mimic the Imperium. Death Skulls steal things. Think meme Blood Ravens. Snakebites try not to use tech and throw more ancient bullshit. Evil Sons love vehicles. Yeah. I just wish maybe we could get more details on, like, how, like, biologically they're different. Like, physicality. I wish Giants and AOS had a touch more variety in the lower body of the minis. Yeah, they are your knight equivalent faction. So there's, you know. Yeah, Carrie? She sent me this. An incredible beast. I did get your kisses. You're very cute. I'll show chat the kisses. Chat, these are for me, but you can see them. Look. Kisses for chat, she says. Oh. Christ. The gluttonous beast. Understood. Time to make Gloomspite Gravelords full of undead fungal horrors. Exhausted. Shut up. That's the coolest shit. Shut up. That sounds awesome, actually. That sounds awesome. Or you do the reverse. Hold on. Do the reverse. And you know what you do? You take a bunch of Soulblight Gravelords, you attach mushrooms and shit on them. The undead curse, it's like skeletons with like fungus growing out of them. How are seals real, man? They're so cute and so deadly and powerful. Leopard seals are pretty intense. I don't fuck with leopard seals. But I think they're incredibly interesting creatures. They just freak me the fuck out. Did you know leopard seals, there's only been one recorded human death by a leopard seal? Did you know that? That's kind of fascinating. Seals are puppers of the sea. It's true. Leopard seals, though, those are bears. Do not fuck with the bear. Interesting. Yeah, and it seems like it was just like one of those situations where the animal thought unfortunately the person who died was like a seal or like a penguin or something, because the flippers and shit. Exactly, that's how spore druids work in D&D. They make undead puppets using fungus to grow into and control their corpses. That's fucked up. I think it was the coloring of her diving suit. Yeah, that probably did it too. But leopard seals are one of those like creatures that like we don't know a lot about them. We don't really know a lot about them. They're just kind of elusive. And maybe we should keep it that way. Neil is back, by the way. Neil the Seal is back. He's back. Let's look through some Champions of Death. The Mortarks, basically Nagash's generals. Glad Neil the Seal's living his best life. He's doing his thing. Oh, God. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know this. I haven't read through the Champions of Death stuff for Soulbound. Lifeless. You get the stat lifeless. Your living flesh was forfeit long ago. With it, mortal concerns like fear and sentiment were cast aside. You are immune to being charmed or frightened. In addition, you gain no benefit from consuming Aqua Gyranus. This means you can't heal. You can't, like, take a sip of Aqua Gyranus. You have to do something else. Interesting. Ghouls. Glorious and gory, ghouls live live in a better world than most. They dine in the choicest meats within their regal keeps, and though many dangers haunt the lands beyond, ghouls stand beside their gallant brethren and slay these wicked beasts. At least, so they think. In truth, ghouls are accursed cannibals, skulking through crumbling ruins, their long teeth and clawed hands crusted with dried blood. An infectious, arcane delusion makes them see themselves as nobility of lost kingdoms, and everything they perceive warps to fit this worldview. Sometimes this works in the subject's favor, just as when ghouls look upon the shrieking spirits and see beleaguered peasants, but more often the delusion transforms innocent mortals into ignoble monsters and their corpses into stupendous feasts. Ghouls come in two varieties, abhorrence and mordance. Both typically have bat-like noses, corded muscles, little hair, and sometimes even membranous wings. But only abhorrence, vampiric ghouls descended from the legendary progenitor Usheron, radiate the delusion to non-ghouls, the weak-willed, desperate, and the hungry. Caught in the abhorrence spell, dine at ghoulish feasts. Should they eat with gusto before the ghoulish monarch, they will become mordants. Not quite alive and not quite dead. These lesser ghouls entrench themselves further in the false reality with every meal. The most zealous among them may drink their ruler's blood, becoming abhorrents themselves and perpetuating this cursed cycle. Others, such as crypt flayers, mix the blood with another creatures to transform them into terrifying abominations. Species bonus, delusions of grandeur. A ghoul's delusion becomes undeniable in the heat of battle. Any hesitation or doubts melt away, and you are filled with a gallivanting clarity of purpose that pushes you to more greater deeds. At the cost of twisting and clouding your perception of the world around you. Though the binding ritual has granted you some periods of lucidity, in the heat of battle, when blood flows and bones break, you fully succumb to the delusion. At the start of combat, your maximum metal increases by 1, and you immediately gain 1 metal. However, you reduce your dice pool by 2d6 for all mind tests, except for mind channeling tests to cast spells from the Lore of Madness. Terrifying. Horrid things. Abhorrent ghouls are kings and queens. When they leave their courts and courtiers and intervene personally in the outside world, it is because a situation most dire demands it. When they are only flesh-eaters who can stop a certain threat, When they are the only flesh eaters who can stop a certain threat, the monarch should not command others to go into peril on their behalf. Abhorrent ghouls are spellcasters, channeling powerful energies to reduce their allies to a devoted, starving frenzy, harden their hearts and hides, and make them fight on with tireless determination. So powerful are their delusions that they can draw others into them, weaving a false narrative that all their servants believe. So is Warhammer role-playing tabletop all dice and numbers, or is there a DM steering this ship? There's a DM steering the ship. Like, the only big difference between, like, D&D and Soulbound is just, like, the type of dice you use and the stats you're rolling. That's it. Has that ever explained why vampires and ghouls gain bat-like traits over time? It's a cool aesthetic thing. As rulers of their people, abhorrent ghouls understand that alliances are necessary. A necromancer might have knowledge the court lacks. Ossiarch bone reapers serve as engineers. Vampires as diplomats to the living, who never seem to accord flesh-eaters the honor and respect they deserve. The powerful night haunts might be fabled heroes the abhorrent ghoul looks at as role models. Ultimately, there is no challenge in getting abhorrent ghouls to work with other undead. Their delusions will adapt to whatever is required, though they will likely always see themselves as the leader or first among equals. Abhorrent's delusions drive them to heroic quests to serve their noble ideals. Swearing themselves into a binding is a perfect example of such an action. There is nothing more chivalrous than a group of heroes devoting their lives to the pursuit of goodness and valor. Whatever the real goal of the binding, the abhorrent can justify it as an honorable pursuit. Joining a binding means giving up the abhorrent's role as leader of their court. Perhaps they have failed their people in some way, and to join a binding is penance, or to once again prove themselves worthy to lead. Captain Dionys Lepp once said, "The ghouls are fearsome enough when they come in frenzied waves. To see one bow and speak in their strange way, we knew not how to respond, except with a hail of arrows." Foul creatures, foul creatures. But yeah, you have like a dungeon master, a game master, weaving stories together and stuff. It's just like the dice you roll are different. You don't really have d20s, you just have d6s. So you roll. The idea is that if you have the Soulbound book and some Warhammer models, and you have somebody who's willing to DM, you're good. You have your dice, you have your Warhammer minis, you're good. There is no inches. There's no inches in Soulbound. There are zones. So you don't go like, I can move 25 feet per movement. You're either slow, normal, or fast. And sometimes you can fly. And the idea is that if you can move normal speed, you can move anywhere in your zone. It doesn't cost a movement. But to transfer from like zone 1 to zone 2, that is your movement. And if you're fast, you can move 2 zones, which is crazy. Classic Monster Hunter rules. Yep. You just go into the zone. Zones are loading screens. You can roll on a table to see why you were chosen for the binding, depending on your race. So, let's say you're a human. I betrayed my people to enter undead society. That happens. I have traveled across every realm. Okay. I discovered and returned with an artifact of death. I am being punished for my crimes. I led an undead horde against a mortal army. I convinced my patron that I would be useful. If you're a ghoul, I tore apart the intended member and took their place. Yep, very ghoulish. I was offered in place of my leader. Yep. Can you play as Skaven? Yes. I won a grand tournament for the honor of being bound. I hunted a great beast in the name of Nagash. I traveled across the realm to offer my services. The delusion was so powerful, I don't know the truth. Night Haunt. I relentlessly pursued an enemy of Nagash for centuries. I was a strategic genius in my past life. I was haunting a member of the party when they were bound. That's hilarious. This is all part of an ironic punishment. Alone, I brought a city to its knees through terror. Songs of my hauntings are sung throughout the realms. Ossark Bone Reaper. Alone, I defended a secret tomb from an army. I defeated an Orc war chief in single combat. I made a rebellious city pay the bone tithe. I recall fragments of arcane knowledge from the Age of Myth. I was made specifically for this purpose. I carry out orders with utter ruthlessness. Soulblight Vampire. Even in life, I serve Nagash through terrible deeds. I have an uncanny way of manipulating the living. I am an outcast offered a chance at redemption. My kin conspired against me and put me in this situation. The extent of my blood rage is legendary. I committed 9 unspeakable deeds to prove my loyalty. And finally, if you're a skeleton, I have been a loyal servant for 500 years. I retain most of my mortal memories. I was selected at random from my unit. I have no idea. I simply follow orders. I was a great adventurer and know these lands we tread. This was the only way to fulfill my undying duty. Cool. I was gaslit to be manager. Yeah, but you could definitely play as all Skaven. That is definitely a thing you can do. There's even like special rules for it too. It's a neat little system, and I need to get back to prepping like GMing for it. I got to figure out Will's character, and I got to sit down with Vivi as well. Get those characters all rolled up. It doesn't take very long, but I just got to remember. And also, I just need time. Then we'll see if we do a one-shot, two-shot. We go from there. Oh, I'm waking up, chat. It's happening. Oh, it's happening. Yo, what's happening? Waking up. We're going through some cool AOS stuff. Talking about, like, the different soulbound things. There's some cool info on, like, the races and stuff in there. I'm looking at the Champions of Order thing right now, and it is really funny that the Lumineth Realm Lords, their entire lore is that, yo, Teclis made us as, like, a thing after the Ideneth Deepkin, and we're, like, the correct elves, and we're super smart and good at everything. And we eventually got so smart and arrogant and good at everything that we made weapons of mass destruction, and we fucked up the Realm of Light. And then afterwards, we just all agreed, hey, we should never do that again. That was fucked up. Let's not do that anymore. Cracks the realm stone, sniffs it. Oh, thank God. In the current age, the Lumineth walk a thin line between humility and excellence. They have realized they cannot remain shut away and hish if they are able to prevail against chaos, but they still look down upon the lesser realms, which pale in comparison to the enlightenments of the Realm of Light. Hishian almanators temper their pride, but some whisper the Lumineth in their zeal have simply traded one obsession for another. And though these elves now fight for the lands and communities, not individual achievement, the seeds of hubris still lurk in their hearts, ready to flourish should they find fertile soil. Discovered new toxic Yowie in 40k. Arkan Land and Dominion Zephan need to kiss already. Didn't that guy die? I thought Zephan, like, showed up for, like, one chapter, then just fucking got out. He shows up and goes, my people need me, and then just fucking... He is alive in Echoes of Eternity. That's crazy. Arkan brought him back. Alright. Does anyone know why Drukhari don't keep soul stones on themselves just in case? It just seems dumb of them not to carry them. It's the risk, baby. It's the risk, baby. Ah. I'm looking at there's things here talking about the cities of the Realm of Light and talking about how they're all like unique and shit. And if you come from one of them, you get different things. One of them is interesting. The city of Iliafa. Elafa? You get the perk Clone Twin. The Elathia undertake the disturbing practice of creating clone twins, essentially one mind split across two bodies. Should your character die, your clone twin knows and their soul is immediately bound in place of yours. They will come to take your place in the binding as soon as physically possible. The twin becomes part of the binding and can use soulfire, and the party's maximum soulfire does not decrease because of your death. The twin has the same starting attributes and core skills and talents as your character when you first created them, but has their own experiences. The clone twin has the same amount of XP as your character when they died, but you can spend it however you wish. I have a backup character. 1 second. It's just the same character. They're a different class, though. It's fine. That's fucking funny. Chat, you know how, like, the stone guard for the Lumineth, the dudes with the bowl helmets and the gigantic hammers? Let me read you something real quick. An elf must undergo many trials to earn the mountain's blessing. Aspirants fast for months, endure blistering storms on the exposed peaks, and are ultimately buried alive. Encased within the earth, they can breathe only if the mountain judges them worthy, and own the strength to dig free if they can survive a full week of stillness. Otherwise, the mountain reclaims them and their corpses become just another layer of sediment. But the trials are just the beginning. For an Alara the Stone Guard has a lifelong duty as their Elementor patron. They strive always to merit the fragment of strength the mountain has gifted them, practicing with granite-hewn and diamond-cored hammers, wearing cumbersome helmets which evoke the sacred Ymitrian longhorn. To train their balance and posture, meditating as they move between forms, these masters of the mountain stance are as unshakable as their devotion to Hish. Oh, it's supposed to be pronounced elementary, but it's spelled stupid. Because the Lumineth made a deal with the elementals to basically, like, calm everything down. That's why they have, like, spirit foxes and giant cows that, like, have mountains on top of them. They live in harmony with them so that they, like, keep themselves in check. GW spelling? Yeah. Stone Mage. In the wake of the Spirefall, the Lumineth labored long to earn Hish's forgiveness. Many elves perished as they climbed the chaos-scarred slopes of the mountains, and those who survived to the ascent withered away at the peaks, partaking in neither food nor water as they sang in their lamentations. With time, and many lives spent, the mountain's anger eroded, opening the path for symbiosis between the Lumineth and the geomantic spirits. The Alarith Stone Mages continued the Stoic tradition of those first supplicants. Like all Lumineth, they preferred the cerebral arts of war, such as arranging rock gardens or weaving interlocking stones like a braid in a Taurolin's mane. The Elementor is as much an artist as its students, and in quiet times, master and pupil spend long hours translating each other's work into forms legible to both. Such practice gives the stone mages the tranquility necessary to transmute their bodies into impenetrable stone, even as they bury their enemies beneath solid rock. Cool. We made a deal with the elements because we fucked up the land and the land got mad at us. Oh, chat, oh, chat, oh, chat. I'm excited to read Dante. After Twice Dead King. I'm excited to read it. Very excited. Dante's great. I've heard. Dante is top 3 most tired Warhammer protagonists. It's true. It's very true. So, my plan today, chat, is to get a big chunk of the Ultramarines that I have left to do done. Oh, I also have good news. One of our editors had gotten back to us. I have another thing to contribute. It would be all spoilers, but the first book really captures the journey young boys go on for initiation. Yep. I can't wait to see Dante tweaking the fuck out. Alrighty. Yeah, my plan today is to get a huge chunk out of the Ultramarines done. Wait, what is this? This isn't technically Warhammer news, but speaking of, we gotta see. 1 minute. / marker. Warhammer news. Ladies and gentlemen, NBs, it's Warhammer news time. Before we get into it, though, what the helly? We have an interesting post from r/Grimdank. My friend treats Warhammer like a shonen. Warhammer book, but it's all Muppets. What book, Ava? Any of the Horus Heresy books, take your pick. I recently got my TTRPG group into Warhammer via Warhammer Rogue Trader, goated system, and they absolutely love it, except that one guy, we'll call him LARPer for the purposes of this story. I'm locked in already. The Horus Heresy is just the tune-in exams? You're fucking right. Gappy, you've never said something that's more true. Truth nuke. Truth nuke. 100% truth nuke. After every session, we do a little talking and hanging out together and plan what we want from the next session and what we found kind of bad or not liked. Okay, normal TTRPG session shit. Absolutely. Larper plays a non-regulated psyker because he loves playing sorcerers and warlock and all those things, and the group landed on an Imperium planet, and Larper immediately went around parading how he loved the God Emperor and that he is alive and that he moved recently. Alright. At this point, I found it very funny for obvious reasons, and I kept role-playing how people were confused around him until a guard just told the rogue trader, "Get your mutant to behave." After the session, Larper said how he wanted to talk to a Space Marine until the end of the campaign to teach him magic. Okay, wants to teach a Space Marine magic. Okay, alright. I told him there were already Psyker Space Marines, and that's not how magic worked in Warhammer. Even if he found a Marine, he would probably likely become literal bolter fodder. Grey Knights, many such cases. He told me he didn't like how everyone was just kind of mean because he had powers. I explained to him why Psykers were not well seen in the Imperium, same as machines and robots. He got really mad and said he did not want fantasy racism in his game. I said that fascism was the main theme of Warhammer, and he genuinely, straight up said, "Aren't the Marines the good guys? They fight against chaos." Oh, sweet summer child. Oh, baby girl. No. I told him how things work, and that there were, no, they were not the good guys, that there are no good guys. The closest to good guys we get burn alien children alive, and everything was a critic of all those things. He told me, "I like Warhammer because of the fighting against eldritch demons using heavy flamers and chainsword battles, and if there are no villains, what are the chaos gods?" At this point, I was very confused, and I told him the fighting against eldritch demons thing is like a 1% of all that happens, and it's mostly infighting of humans and other aliens, and asked him where that knowledge came from, since they only fought against chaos cultists in the last game. I researched about the lore on YouTube and other chapters. And one of the other players said, "You watched a fucking YouTube short, didn't you?" He laughed it off, saying he watched lore videos on YouTube, but not shorts. I asked him what his favorite chapter was. He said, "Dark Templars now. They hate the Imperium, don't they?" I once again explained the Dark Templars are possibly the most devoted to the Imperium. Larper said, "They don't follow the Codex, though." I don't even care how he knows about the Codex, and just went with it and said if he doesn't like the Imperium, he should pursue the Chaos faction, since basically all Space Marines are devoted, except maybe the Alpha Legion. He said that he really wanted some fighting between Psykers, and then, like, I'm not even joking, Jujutsu Kaisen. How the fuck do I explain to him that this is like 1% of what happens and is not at all indicative of Warhammer? Oh, baby girl, no. Oh, no. Brother, no. No. You know what this GM should do? Is go, okay, all right. And, like, the player starts hearing a voice in their head or, like, a feeling in their head that they can tap into, and they get stronger power. And then eventually later you reveal that it's chaos. And then he goes, What? I don't understand, but I'm so powerful. And you go, yeah, but you went directly to, like, the thing that wanted you. You have the hunger for more power. When you have to explain to the PC that they are not an anime MC. Yep. Let's see what other people are saying. TTRPGs can be a great way to introduce somebody to the universe, but this guy sounds insufferable. I got a friend of mine into 40k through Rogue Trader TTRPG campaign. He played a Sororitas and fell in love with the setting and the faction, and now she's got a full Sororitas army and is about to start Genestealer army. Oh, she played Sororitas. Okay, I misread that. Yeah, no, totally. Absolutely. I don't think your friend has the media literacy to understand 40k. Yeah, getting to that power can corrupt shit. Absolutely. Have them start reading and consuming actual source material, not from YouTube. As a primary Imperial player since 2007, there are a ton of books out there that can adequately showcase examples of Imperial shitbaggery, even when they are protagonists and people we are following are generally decent overall by the standards of the setting. Novels and audiobooks will show the grim, dark future better than anything you'll find on YouTube by hundreds of miles. The Emperor's Gift is a good one that doesn't require too much in the way of background knowledge, but there are many others. For a second, I thought we had a surprise transition. Me too. I was like, wait. I need to go back. The fact that this guy thought the Black Templars were good guys is absolutely insane. Yeah, I need to reread that part, because what the fuck? I asked him what his favorite chapter was. He said, Black Templars. They hate the Imperium, don't they? GM explains what the Black Templars are. Larper said they don't follow the Codex, though. Okay, yeah, this guy just, like, does not understand what's going on. I do my best to learn the lore. Bricky, Adric, Numbskulls, and the Astartes podcast, where younger people would have been like him, and I cringe. But I want to learn more, trying to see if my library has any Warhammer books or audiobooks. Yeah, I think the best thing to do with getting into Warhammer, be it AOS, Fantasy, 40k, whatever, is to watch the lore videos if that's what works with you, and then go off and explore on your own. Like, at the end of the day, the podcasts and stuff like Adric and what we do here at Numbskulls, like, they are for entertainment. It's entertainment. But there are people who have, like, started watching our shows and gone like, oh, I have, like, a basis of this setting now. And then they'll go read a book and go, oh, my knowledge has deepened on this. And that's incredible. Did Homie really respond to there are no good guys with if there are no villains? It is crazy that this guy, this player, was like, hey, you're telling me there's no good guys, but then what is chaos? And I appreciate this GM trying to be like, you are talking about such like a tiny thing in the great game, in the grand scheme of things. That is such a tiny thing in comparison to all the other stupid bullshit happening in 40k. Oh! Okay, this user is describing exactly what I described. Have him receive regular visits by Tzeentchian demons in his dreams, and as it progresses in his every waking moment. An unsanctioned psyker is a loose cannon at best and a way gate for possession at worst. Since he obviously doesn't understand the forces he's dealing with, there's a lot of room towards the second. Yes! Yes, 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 yes! I'm upvoting this. I'm late epic upvoting this. Now even with the relative freedom and protection against Rogue Trader provides, when the Inquisition or worse finds out about that, your party is about to have a visit with some very interesting RP problems and a literal hammer that's about to be brought down that's not going to require that many dice rolls to get through either. Yes. Another person. I'd advise having him bump into a Tzeentchian psyker, have his head turned inside out and right side in, tossed into a metaphorical washing machine and hung out to dry. If you're a psyker, you don't want to meet anyone who's your equal. Heretic human psykers are horrific. Astartes psykers are even worse. In the setting of 40k, you want to keep what advantages you have and need to know your plays. Unless he's in the room of beta class or above, which very few humans are. Also, maybe having the Grey Knights pop up and be an absolute horror show for whatever planet has afflicted, only sparing the party an account that they work with a rogue trader, could show how very little the Astartes care for chaos and psychic ilk, and how far they'll go to wipe it out entirely. The LARPer needs to know that he's privileged to be alive. Many psykers are burned at the stake, and if he's unsanctioned, he's in deep trouble. See, the sanction doesn't mean government approved. It means you've been sanctified, that you've visited Terra, been taught how to use your potential, and tethered to the Emperor. meaning that your soul is protected at least a bit from chaos by the Emperor. If you're unsanctioned, any chaos god could slip in. His visions could be from Slaanesh or Tzeentch. He is utterly alone. I'd advise him in universe to go get himself sanctioned, because if an Inquisitor finds out that he finds out what he is, they have the authority to execute him, even if the Abbates have the authority. And because he's unsanctioned, they bypass the authority of a rogue traitor. Hope this helps. Yep, upvote. Upvote. What Reddit post is that? This is from r/grimdank. My friend treats Warhammer like a shonen. I first learned through playing the Dark Heresy TTRPG, and it was explained heavily beforehand that everyone is evil. Kind of hard to miss when the art in the book had cherubs in it. Yep. How long ago was that posted? 47 minutes ago. Yeah, no, I 100% recommend exactly what these other commenters have said. Like, you need to tap into, because this is a person who wants to power get, like, they want to be the main character, so feed into that a little bit, but have it be chaos. Don't make it obvious that it's chaos, at least not at first, and just very carefully, like, drip feed, going like, okay, you roll like this many dice, like, have them feel the power, you know? Have them have their little power fantasy. And either you do the Inquisitor shows up, or like the Grey Knights show up. Maybe you make them tapping into this power, make whatever problem is happening on this planet or this like outpost or whatever. Maybe there is like a chaos cult or something. Maybe it just makes the problems way worse. Make chaos actually improve his life. Yes, make chaos improve his life and then rip it all away. What's the one line from one of the heresy books where it's like a word bearer or something, and as he's dying, the text is something akin to like, he could hear the laughing now. But the laughing was at him. The gods were laughing at him. They had always been laughing at him. This guy needs to have that moment. Nobody in 40k gives a fuck about you, brother. It doesn't matter if you're a psyker. It doesn't matter if you're like the coolest guy alive. Nobody gives a fuck. You are an unsanctioned psyker in the party of a rogue traitor. You are like just above the bottom. You are privileged. Again, I totally agree with the one commenter who said like, you are privileged to be alive. You know what? Have this unsanctioned psyker meet a Black Templar. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens, everybody. Let's see what happens when the Black Templar meets an unsanctioned psyker. Let's see what happens. Let it ride, baby. Head meets boot. Mm-hmm. If the guy attempts to heal someone with psychic powers, if they fail the check, have the injured NPC get mutated into a chaos spawn. That would have to be a catastrophic roll, but yes. You do the routes that Tzeentch did with Magnus, do it slowly. This is what I'm saying. Like, you need to slowly get this person, go like, okay, and just kind of deal with them being kind of fucking annoying. Just be like, yeah, okay. I'm going to scream. Possum, were you here to hear the story? Do you like LARPer? Guess where you can find the best contemporary analysis on how orc brains function. Is it the 3rd edition thing where they had the, like, they make the pipe and then the pipe shoot the gun? That's crazy. Wow. And then we've just been parroting that orcs believe, so it happens. We've just been all circle jerking each other for like the fucking 40 years doing that. Is it that one? No, it's the newest Phil Kelly Farsight novel. Possum. breathe deep. Take a big breath. And go in. I'm in so much pain. What if it's good, though? I missed the LARP thing, though, where we talk about... To be very brief, there's a person running a rogue trader system, TTRPG, and one of their friends is an unsanctioned psyker, and they want to be... They specifically said, like, they want to be, like, a psyker from... They want to be, like, Jujutsu Kaisen. They want to be main character, and they don't understand the setting. They also said... Like... If there's no Warhammer... He told me, I like Warhammer because the fighting against eldritch demons using heavy flamers and chainsword battles, and if there's no villain, if there are no villains, what are the chaos gods? At this point, I was very confused and told him fighting against eldritch demons thing is like 1% of all that happens, and mostly infighting of humans and other aliens, and asked him where this knowledge came from since he only fought about chaos cultists in the last session's game. Quote, I researched about the lore on YouTube and other chapters. So we've been sort of discussing, like, what do we do with this player? Because this GM is... They ended this... How the fuck do I explain to him that this is, like, 1% of what happens and is not indicative of all Warhammer? And we've been saying, because they're an unsanctioned psyker, you slowly drip feed all of this, like, chaos energy to make them powerful. Because they want to be, like, a main character, right? They want to be main character coon. They want to be, like, fucking casting lightning bolts and shit. Okay, you let them do that. And then, after a couple sessions, they, like, cast a spell, and somebody just gets annihilated. Like, a powerful enemy just gets completely annihilated, right? Or, like, they roll on a table every time they do, like, a big spell, and suddenly they have, like, a tentacle. And they're like, what? You're like, yeah, it's just warpy stuff. It's weird. It's warpy shit. It's weird. And then... You either, through their actions, through tapping into this, endanger the party, in which the party may react by killing them, or something, or you introduce an NPC that is an Inquisitor, or a Grey Knight, or, in my funniest, because this person was also like, Black Templars are my favorite chapter, they're like the good guys, they don't follow the Codex. Have this unsanctioned psyker meet a Black Templar. Fuck it. Fuck it. Have them meet. See what happens. I'm excited. Do it. Ironically, for this guy, most anime faction are Korn followers, aka get stronger from rage, devote all their life to getting stronger, get strange powers that don't count as magic, etc. I do think what you should do is they should roll a D100 after every action that reduces it by 1 every time they roll. If they roll higher than the median, something rough happens. But if they do a high number crit, they cause uncontrollable damage. Yep. Yeah. You make them powerful, but unpredictable. So they get their main character, like, thing, and then suddenly people notice. By the end of session 1, they'd be rolling a D75. Then session 2, they're rolling a D50. Let him miss with his Psyker power, which leads to a shitload of death in front of an Inquisitor. Yeah, like, they need to... If they want their main character energy... Okay, so this is, like, stuff that can happen in-game, but, like, truly, if you don't want to do that, you need to sit this person down and go... that's not you. You're not the main character. You are some guy. And you need to present it to them in such a way that they'll be like, oh, okay, I understand. Like, I don't know, give them a video that you personally really like or think that they like. This person seems to like watching YouTube videos to get their lore from. Nothing wrong with that. Maybe find a video that you personally feel covers what an unsanctioned psyker does. Send it to them. And just be like, this is you. You're like some Joe Schmo. Nobody cares about you. But it does... You who gets their lore from YouTube videos. I literally just talked about this. That's fine. If that's what works with you, that's fine. Almost as bad as people who make lore YouTube videos. True! True! Honestly, it's more on the DM here than anything else after reading this. It's clear that the player is understanding something on a surface level instead of an in-depth level, and they need to be showed the extent of it. I feel the best way to do it without, like, having too many pains or, like, uncomfortable conversations is to have something happen in-game, not necessarily related to the players exactly, to demonstrate how incredibly fucked up the Imperium is. Like, you need to... Sometimes people don't get it right away, so you need to show, like, the orphan stomping factory. And when your players go, well, why would they do that? You can just look at them and be like, this is a thing that they just do. All lore YouTubers are tourists and LARPers. True! True! I'm painting my Ultramarines. True! I'm nodding my head. That's how I do it sometimes when I DM. Yeah, you need to kind of show people what the Imperium is about, just naturally. Or like a faction or whatever. This guy clearly hasn't fucked his psychic rules so badly yet. I tried running Dark Heresy for my brothers once, and the first action of the game was using a minor psychic power to make a commissar repeat themselves. They proceeded to botch and cause perils of the warp, and ended up rolling on the perils table and became an unbound demon host, failing 3 rolls I gave him to resist it. He destroyed the world with literally 1 messed up psychic check. That's fucked up. I'm very hesitant to do something that could get the player killed. That's why I'm in favor of letting them get whispers and drip fed and have it on time. Oh yeah, no. I'm not saying that you should like, yeah, just like kill your player, because that feels bad and that's stupid. Don't do that. But I'm very much in favor of like kind of slowly, or maybe not slowly, but like show them what the Imperium is about. Maybe they're in the city and they walk around a corner and there's just a line of psychers getting shot. And then when the players investigate and they go, hey, why are you killing all these psychers? The person that's doing it or like in charge of it just goes, they're psychers. Why are you even asking this question? Are you stupid? They're psychers. You know what? A black ship shows up. The tithe is time. It's time for the tithe. A single sister of silence is just walking around somewhere now. But yeah, no, don't just like kill off your player, because that feels bad. I was thinking that honestly, I was shocked Black Ship wasn't your first thought. I think the problem is Black Ship is like such a, well, I don't know where they're at. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have enough information on this campaign to know like where are they? Are they on a ship? Are they on a planet? Because if they're on a ship and a Black Ship arrives, I don't know. Maybe the rogue trader has to pay a tithe for whatever reason. I don't know. He kills a Sister of Silence. That would be funny. Well, now the campaign... Yeah, shit really hits the wall. Because if you end up killing somebody of importance, guess what? You're now on a fucking... You're on the lam. You're in a campaign now where you have to run. Rogue traitor be damned. You killed an agent of the Emperor. A Talon of the Emperor. I feel like maybe the DM did not do a good primer on what exactly the campaign would be about. Because I kind of agree with Possum is that I don't think the player really understands... I don't want to say power scaling, but like I don't think they really understand like what the deal is. So they either need to be shown or told, like, that's not what this is about. Chat, we're going to look through some Hedonites of Slaanesh artwork. We're going to look through this. God damn, it's gorgeous. There he is. There Shem is. Listen. If Slaanesh ever gets out, it's a problem. We'll see what happens, but... Yeah. The glutton himself. God. What an awesome mini. I'm a very big fan of how Hedonites have really expanded, like, Slaanesh is more than just, like, titties. What would happen if a Space Marine accidentally caused the death of a Sister of Silence? What do you mean by... Because, like, context matters a lot in situations like that. Aw, dude, yes. Fuck yeah. Hey, Sigvald. Yeah, Black Shield's probably the most likely answer. Is like, oh, you've dishonored us. Go to the fucking Death Watch. Or just combat servitization. Space Marines don't cause accidents. Death. Yeah. Slash becomes the starving god, still similar to Excess, but different to Execution. Perchance. Perchance. Ugh. Yeah, this is what Slaanesh is about. It's about fucking, like, oh. Oh, no. Jesus. You see this? Oh. Like look at the edges here. Oh, man. That's so cool, but so uncomfortable. Oh, wow. Yeah, the classic, the Keeper of Secrets. Oh, Slaanesh, you're so cool looking. There's the mirror. Oh, look, the shaman's looking into the mirror. Oh, no. The weird boy, no! Big Keeper of Secrets. Very cool. Man, it'd be awesome if we had art credits on all these. That'd be really cool, Smile. I'd really like if we got some art credits so I could know who the artists are. That'd be pretty cool, you know? Smile. Alright, y'all. We have Ultramarines to paint. We have some Ultramarines. Slash marker. Painting Ultramarines. I gotta get the camera set up. But, ladies and gentlemen, MBs, we will be ready. Oh my goodness. There's also a couple things I gotta show you. Because you fuckers. You fuckers. Sometimes I put things on my throne. Not for the reason that I'm like, oh, somebody's going to buy these for me. I put them on there because I'm like, I treat it as a wish list, you know? I'm like, oh, these are things I'm interested in. So I treat it as a sort of a wish list. You fuckers. Received 2 things in the mail yesterday. I will show them in just a second. I'm gonna go check on Carrie. Do you see this? Do you see this shit? So firstly, it's him. It's John Warhammer himself. Thank you, Will, for my second company captain. And thank you, Lou, for an entire fucking combat force. So this has a lot of interesting implications. So firstly, I have some questions. Well, firstly, I need to say, this will be my first vehicles anything I've ever painted or assembled. Question. If I don't build the heavy support squad, is there just enough bolters that I can build, like, just 2 squads of 10? Is that a thing I can do? I'm so fucking jealous of that Terminator. Pretty sure yes. Because I might save the arms of the missile launchers for, Space Wolves. Because this is basically just the start of my Wavens. These will probably all be Raven Guard, including the Dreadnought and the Rhino. So there are 20 bolters? Okay. I probably won't build them all, like, right away, because that's a lot. But, yeah, these will definitely be Raven Guard. Jesus. Well, that's exciting. These guys are going to be a lot. I have a head set aside for Captain Titus. I don't know if I'm going to make Matoris helmeted or not. Gadriel has a helmet on his belt, so he's going to be bareheaded no matter what happens. So we're going to have to paint that boy's head. Titus, though, I don't want to I have a helmet set aside specifically for him. But the other humans and stuff, I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do. Give the guy his axe? I don't have any axes. I'm fine if he has a sword. That's fine. That's okay. That's fine. It doesn't bother me. So, chat, here's what we're doing today. Thank you, Lou. Thank you, Will, for the throne gifts. Thank you very much. All right, y'all. Here's what we got today. We've got a lot of Ultramarines who have a lot of things that need to be done. So what I did last night is I went through, I did all of the weapon handles and the purity seals in Mold Berry. I then mixed that with red to do any recesses that might have been there. The purity seals are just all Mold Berry, though. There's no recesses on there. What is going to happen is we're going to take Elder Flower and we're going to highlight them so they'll look like this. So I can show you like direct comparison. You can see how different they look here. We need to wash all of the parchment and the tabards with a sepia tone. We need to do all the metallics. There's still a lot to be done on these guys, but they're a lot closer to being done than they once were. So there is that. Shields. Yeah, the gold is going to be a big step, and I'm not exactly sure if I want to do the gold or the silver first. I'm thinking we do silver and then gold, just because the silver is an acrylic, so it's not like it doesn't require like a whole lot of other stuff. And also with something like the Terminator shields, if you'll see here, this is like completely flat. So if I get like some on the edges, some of the silver on the edges, that's fine, because then I can just like edge it with the gold paint, and then it'll be fine. Yeah, we could do that. Our combi weapons only available with captains and lieutenants. Sternguard can use them too. Yeah, Sternguard can use them, but from their data sheets, it's honestly probably better just to give them what's it called? Regular bolters. Frankly, because they shoot really fucking good. We also need to do the Crux Terminatus. I keep forgetting about that. So we need to base these in gray. So I need to settle. What are we doing first? Let's do small thing. Let's do a small thing first. Let's do Elder Flower on all the purity seals, all the weapon handles and stuff. So I'm gonna get these all together. Here's our 5th company captain. His backpack's over there, but he's looking great. We need to highlight the belts. That is a strap. That is indeed a strap. Okay. So I know what we're gonna do. Okay. Well, I need a water first. So give me 1 second to fill that up, and then we'll get going. Do some of the beakies as white scars, but my Shattered Legion are Wavens. They're gonna be Raven Guard. Mark 6. My current plan is that Mark 6, they're all gonna be Raven Guard. But then my I plan on eventually getting some Mark 3s, and I have a bunch of Mark 2s that I could just strip the paint from. I can make them all Space Wolves, and I can give them missile launchers. So technically, yeah, that could be a thing. Easy peasy. Anyway, I'll be right back. Gamers, we're here. We're here. We're queer. Oh yeah, you're doing Vengeance's Crusade Loyalists. Yeah, I feel like what I'm gonna do is, like, obviously primarily melee units are gonna be Space Wolves, but I'm also thinking, like, heavier weapons, possibly. Also some Space Wolves. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how I'm feeling. So we're going to start today by doing some Elderflower on all the Purity Seals. Some highlights on the weapon handles, like this Terminator here. I gotta see where exactly the camera wants me to be today. Right here seems fine. Right here seems just fine, everybody. Chat, how you doing? You working on any projects? Do you want to be working on some projects? If you want to be working on some projects, what projects do you want to be working on? Why do you want to be working on it? Dude, Bricky went live 20 minutes ago. He's stealing my thunder. He hates me. He hates me, dude. He fucking hates me. Nah. Hope Bricky's doing well. If he's live, once we're done with the painting, we can raid his ass. But I think we'll be painting for a while. Remember, Army Painter paints, you want to mix them up really nice. This guy also needs his lieutenant markings done. What did I do you in? That's Mephiston Red. I'm in between projects. I haven't decided what's next. Probably by Stormcasts. I love Stormcasts. This is probably my favorite Stormcast model I've ever done. I'm so proud of the face. I'm so proud of the edge highlighting on the armor. I gotta get some basing material for her, though. But, like, I love how I did this. I'm so happy how it turned out. Learn how to draw some new poses in anatomy. Nice! I just got myself Chaos Knights 9th and 10th. Codexes? Just to, like, collect them? Or, like... That's interesting. Alright, Elderflower, y'all. Don't need very much. Because we're not going to use very much. So we're taking this color. And we're just going to be going over to all the Purity Seals and just kind of dotting around. Adding a couple little dots and like smudges and stuff on the inside of it. Make it look kind of like wax. That's it. That's how you do a Purity Seal. You just base it in Mold Berry and then you use Elderflower. You're done. I don't like doing anything too complicated for my Purity Seals. That's where the text comes in. Alright, this is going to be something. Okay. I'm just trying to edge highlight anything that's like pointing directly towards the sky. But I'm definitely not doing every single diamond. Excuse me, Jesus, that snuck up on me. I'm so sorry. It's still the morning, y'all. I'm still sneezy. I'm sorry. Genzutai, thank you, thank you. I wish GW made art books. They're making one for all the video games they made, which is nice. That's fine. Now for the sergeant, I almost said captain, but that is not correct. Just doing little touches, little pokes. Now you might say, why don't you do the purity seals in red? I think red purity seals are great if you have no red on your mini. And since Ultramarines have like a lot of red details at times, and sometimes those purity seals are on red capes, it doesn't look very good. I gave this guy a bunch of purity seals. There's one on his hammer, there's one on his tilt shield. And that's it. That's all you gotta do. There's another one on his leg. God. I'm the one who put all these purity seals on there, and I'm sitting here going, fuck, why did I do that? Okay. See that? Ultramarines are one of the few chapters where colored company trim works. That's because blue goes a lot with everything. That's why they, like, eventually became the, like, box art Space Marines. It's because the blue you can go a lot of places with. Red you can also go a lot of places with, but, like, you know, it's a little more difficult with red because there's different shades of red, but like ultramarine blue, it's very particular. Chat, we're almost caught up with Love Island. No spoilers for what's been happening, please. I'm not going to talk about it yet, though, because Carrie's not in here. But I gotta talk about what fucking Melanie's been doing, man. She pisses me off. Like, I understand it's all TV stuff, so, like, that might, like, exacerbate some behavior. But at the same time, I'm like, what? Do y'all prefer room temperature, warm, or cold fruit? Depends on the fruit. Most often, though, probably room temp. Chat, today of D&D. It's Strahd Day. Will the goblin die today? I don't know. We'll have to see. Another Terminator. You've got one on your little pauldron. And then your weapon. I've heard that some towers use colored knee pads and other bits of armor for companies, like Blood Ravens. Blood Angels use that as well. Because they just have, like, the colored blood drop on one of their pads. No, it's their squad marking on their knees. I'm wrong. But their squad markings are like symbols. Goblin won't die. DM finds your suffering funny. Your hubris too big. I told my DM, because like unfortunately we play through Foundry because like we're all in different parts of the world. And it's great, but Foundry definitely, whenever it updates, we feel the pain. We carry the flame. But this last update, something happened and like the whole thing blew up. But it was also a good opportunity to, while I was rebuilding my character, I had an idea for a character who's been out of commission for a while. I was like, it'd be cool if this character changed into this in while we were away. And my DM was like, yeah, that's a great idea. But in rebuilding this was actually a good opportunity to talk to them and be like, hey man, remember that idea we talked about like literally half a year ago? And he was like, yeah. And I was like, let's not do that, because I was a fan of it then, but now I'm kind of like, eh. And he was like, yeah, no, that works for me. Any other purity seals on you, my boy? No. Well, you have like some... I need to go around and like with Nuln Oil later. I swear. You're gonna be like, what? Nuln Oil? I'm gonna be like, yeah. Hey, but the DM's entire PC blew up. And that's my problem. How? Where's the session? Where session? DM, where session? It wasn't a Foundry update. You're still in the same version. My statement is still true. Of just like every update we feel the pain. Not entire PC, I guess, mostly the hard drive, but that's the only place the session was. Yeah. It's all good, though. Got it figured out. Chad, the only time I've acted like a Karen was when we were in Seattle and I felt so bad for Alex, dude, because he's a big guy and he likes to eat. And we had gone without eating for a while. And we were like, let's find a place. And we finally found a place, and that was after I had stepped in some foul... I stepped in some foulness. And, I went to their bathroom, because I was like, you guys have a bathroom so I can, like, wash off my shoe and shit? And they were like, yeah, here's the key. Bring it back. I said, alright, I've done this before. I went out to their bathroom. Washed off my shoe. I think the manager came in while I was doing that, and he was like, oh, no, I'm just here for a second. And he goes to the bathroom. I was like, what the fuck? So there was a problem. Because I'm looking at the soap. There's no soap. Second problem. Manager comes out of the stall. Walks by me. Doesn't wash his hands. Just walks right on by. And I go, oh. So I have dirty hands. He didn't even wash his fucking hands. I washed them off with water as best I could. But needless to say, for someone who's working at like a restaurant, I got the ick. So I go over to Alex and Carrie and I go, hey, this place doesn't have soap in the fucking bathroom. I don't want to eat here. And I could see Alex. He was like, ugh. I was like, sorry. But I ain't at a place that they don't wash their fucking hands, bro. That's nasty. But I felt bad because, like, he was so fucking hungry. Like, we also brought, like, snacks in the car. I don't think we ended up eating them, though, but I don't know. But, you know, it happened. We went to the symphony. It was great. I had a fucking awesome time. But, you know, that's, like, the only time. And, like, I wouldn't even say that's, like, being a Karen. Karen is, like... Did you know that you don't have any? We just left. I was like, yo, we don't really want to eat her anymore. Bye. Bye. Don't really want to be here anymore. See ya. I assume you told... I mean, I told him, but, like, he was upset that, like, you know, we didn't get to eat. Because, like, Seattle, I think your city is pretty cool. Don't get me wrong. The gum wall freaks me the fuck out. I don't like it. Why the fuck does all of your stuff close at like 6 p.m.? It was a Thursday, but also like there was a symphony in town like that ended at like 11. We got food finally after the symphony, after we like walked like a mile. Finally found a bar that had their kitchen still open for like another hour, and we were like, oh, thank God. Sat down. Poor Carrie and Alex, they order some drinks. They pull out 2 forms of ID, because that's what you do in Canada. In Canada, you have to pull out 2 forms of ID. Guy taking our order. He looks at me, he's like, ah, whatever. He looks at Carrie and Alex and goes, why are you showing me 2 pieces of ID? Finding public restrooms is a pain in the ass, same in Hawaii. Dude. I was really like going into Targets and shit going like, do you guys have a bathroom? They went, no. I went into a fucking like bookstore. I was like, you guys have a bathroom? No. I was pissed. It was crazy because the guy acted like he had never seen that before. I was like, you've never had a Canadian walk into your bar and like show you 2 forms of ID? That's crazy to me. You're in fucking Seattle, bro. He like got scared. He was like, what is that? What is that? Why are you showing me 2 pieces of ID? You ain't cops, are you? I don't know why he is suddenly Southern. It's a fun trip. I think if I were to go back to Seattle, it would be a better time. Because we would know what to expect. Because the thing that, like, Alex really wanted to see was the boardwalk, which we did see. We ate some of the most expensive oysters I've ever fucking seen. The day that OBS fixes its fuck-ass audio recording, or audio capturing, is the day that I rejoice. I don't know why the fuck it does it. It'll be extra funny if it's a setting. Yeah, not seeing that in Seattle is wild. I think there are different places that are less stressful. Yeah, I mean, we went to go see the boardwalk. It was fun. And then it was like 5:40. Or it wasn't even like 5:40. It was like 5:20 or something. Like, we didn't have very much time. But Alex wanted to go see the, like, the shop. There's like a big famous shop. And we were like, oh yeah, let's go over there. Let's go to the shop. So we go over to the shop. Motherfuckers are like already closed. And I'm like, what? What? You got like 40 minutes of business left, brother. What's happening? We value bedtime here at 5? Are you my fucking parents? My fucking peepaw meemaw going like, oh, it's 4:30. You better start turning in. Oh boy, 3 p.m. Alright, guys, I'm gonna turn in. Seattle, the most spiritually unemployed business I've ever seen. 2:30? Ugh. 8 a.m. Ugh. Well, time to turn in, y'all. I'm done. Sorry, y'all. That's it for me. My darling has awakened. She's here. I can hear her feet slapping against the hardwood floor. I think downtown area is worse than others. Not a lot of people live downtown, so everyone leaves after business hours. That makes a lot more sense. That makes a lot more sense. I have such a core memory of going to the gum wall, and as we're walking that steep ass incline, it's like an 80-degree incline. You're walking up it going, oh shit, I gotta work out more. You're fucking walking up that shit, and I see the wall, and I go like, I'm gonna throw up. This is the worst thing I've ever seen. And just as Carrie and I talked about this afterward, just as Carrie and I saw the gum wall, we were both like, this is the worst thing we've ever seen. And we could hear a guy, just as that thought entered our head, go, this is the best thing. I love this. Comedic timing can never top real life. Insane. Insane thing to say about the gum wall. Maybe it's just because I'm a humble Kansan. But I think that shit is fucking nasty, bro. That is fucking nasty. Nasty ass fucking gum wall. Purity seals. I just based the other part of the belt because I didn't notice that there was a strap over here connected to the chain that's connected to the sword that's on his not belt. It's very interesting, this design. Is that belt? Or is that metal? I don't fucking know. Chat, have you ever visited r/kitchen cells? Are you aware of what this is? If you don't know, it's a Reddit community where people like lament how terrible their lives are, but they usually accompany it with a photo of something that they've made for food. And some of them are like, my mom just died. I'm having the worst time possible. I can't get a job. My life sucks. Fuck my stupid chud life. Baked beans. And the picture is baked beans. And that's what they're eating. Why would you do that or make yourself depressed? You get a dopamine hit when you, like, share the misery among other people. Like, this is a thing. This is why people vent. You get, like, not closure. That's the wrong word. But, like, it helps, like, kind of lessen the impact a bit when you can, like, kind of suffer with other people. You know what I mean? The craziest one was just, like, a slice of bread. And the post was just said, I'm Indian. And I was like, oh. Oh. What? What? Person was Indian. They're very upset by it. They're very upset. The craziest one. Why? I don't know. There's a lot of people out there who, like, do not like what it's usually like circumstances that are unique, but there are some people out there who they do not like the ethnicity they are. They don't like that they are. And usually it's like people who predominantly grew up in a neighborhood where there's not a whole lot of people like them. And sometimes that can show up in situations that can occur in situations where people feel a lot of shame for who like they are just naturally. Sometimes it can result in a lot of racism. It usually shows up in a lot of racism. And then you get the and then you get the people who like there's this one guy, and Carrie was telling me that there was a girl who also did this, where like two people, different people. This is two separate situations. Both of them, I believe, grew up in predominantly like black neighborhoods, and for that reason, they eventually like identified themselves like, no, I am black. And it's like, well, not really, sweetie. So what ended up happening was with these two people is that they underwent surgeries to get injection. No, not even surgeries. They started injecting themselves with some sort of chemical that like physically darkened their skin. Like it just, I guess, added melanin or dye or something. I have no clue why. But then the guy that I'm familiar with, because Harry knows about the lady, I know about the guy. The guy, it like ruined his fucking life, because then he was going around like making videos, because now he just looks like a white dude in blackface. Because yeah, it's not gonna change like your facial features, dude. But there was a video I remember he made, because I just like stumbled across this dude on YouTube. I was like, what the fuck? And there was a video he made after he had gotten these injections where he was like, yeah, like people just beat me up on the street. I don't know what to do anymore. And I'm like, yeah, duh. You look like the most racist dude alive. Huh? Crazy. But you could see a post like that going like big on like r/kitchen cells. Carrie was telling me about another one that I'm also familiar with, which is like girl dinner diaries, and some of them are quite funny and some of them are like, oh, some of them are like, here's this funny thing happening with my body right now, but I can't afford to fix it, but like it's not that big a deal. Cheese and crackers, you know? But then you'll get one that's like, my husband is divorcing me for a woman who's 19, and you're like, ah! Ah! I can't do it. Oh, Carrie's doing the filter thing I asked her to do. I forgot I had asked her that. Oh, she's the best. We have a burrito filter that needs to be filtered out. And what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to take the filter out, replace it, and then you have to like pour it a couple times to like make sure that it like activates, I guess. That's just sad. Yeah. You know what would help these people though? Free healthcare. If these people were able to get the help that they needed without having to pay like up the ass for it, I'm not saying they would be like fixed, but I am saying that they'd probably be doing a little better. Specifically with the people who inject melanin into their skin. Don't do that. Don't do that. I've seen more and more vids of more older people X. Wait, I'm not sure I understand. I've seen more people who are older and wearing funny red hats asking for healthcare. I fat fingered the send. Oh yeah. I mean, this is the thing, is that you see people who, you know, they are indoctrinated into a cult, And when you're indoctrinated into that cult, you just go along with whatever the fucking herd is going along with. And if the herd says healthcare bad, you go healthcare bad. But then suddenly, you need healthcare. And uh-oh, you can't get it. It's all very silly. But I hope, I somewhat believe that many of these people will hopefully grow out of it. And you might say, well, they're old, but like, it's never too late to change. It is never, ever, ever too late to change. If you believe it's too late to change, try to change your mindset. It's never too late. You can always change. You can always better yourself. You can always start working out. I've met some people who are like, I'm gonna be whatever age. And usually it's like 30 or approaching 40 or something. And they're like, it's too late for me. And no, the fuck it's not, bro. What are you talking about? My grandma's doing shit. She's like pushing 90. It ain't too fucking late. My grandma drives a fucking truck. Like, are you kidding me? She's a fucking badass. If you saw her, you'd be like, is she like 60 or 70? I'm like, nah, she's almost 90, bro. I think she's like in her... Oh, now I'm not too sure. But like, she is like old. Not to be... No offense, Grandma. Grandma. Your grandma rules, as does most grandmas. Exactly, dude. Both my grandmas fucking rule. One of my grandmas just retired from her job. And like, you know, Grandpa passed away somewhat recently. And like, it really hit her hard. But you know what? She's fucking doing it. And I've told her, like, you're incredibly strong. You're a fucking champion. You're doing this shit. Good job. You know? I'm not gonna highlight this handle. I don't care that much. Is that it for purity seals? No, it's not, because we have these shields. There are 3 purity seals left. But yeah, you gotta not have that mindset when you're thinking about your own life. This whole like defeatist attitude of like, it's too late, or I don't have the this or that or whatever. You can do some incredible shit even when like you get much, much older. But you gotta be able to do it. Like, you gotta put your mindset to it. Because if you don't, then, like, who the fuck else is? People ain't gonna, like, work out for you. That's not how it works. You gotta pull yourself up by your bootstraps. The bootstraps. You need your bootstraps, brother. You need them. Hell yeah, brother. It's me, the second guy in this story. Hello. No, we should not get the blackout yet because we need to do the crux terminatuses. How many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 crux terminatuses that we need to do. Alrighty. Uniform gray. I don't like the new jump pack for Mark IV Assault Army. I guess the idea they went with is that it's like supposed to be interchangeable between all armor marks, which is like whatever. But yeah, I totally get that. Maybe they'll release like a pack at some point that's like, hey, here they are, just as like a standalone thing. I don't know. But yeah, I totally get going like, I like the other design better. Or Mark IV destroyers with jump packs, you're right. That might happen. Dude, I was on the Black Templar subreddit trying to just like see what kind of lists and things people are building. Just for my own curiosity. Bro. Nobody is using Terminators for Black Templars. I was like shocked. I was like, what? You ain't using Termies? With your Black Templies? That's crazy. Okay. One down, just many more to go. I remember last time we were painting Ultramarines, we were counting how many models we're painting, and I feel this is the most I've ever done in a batch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, I would not be painting 12 minis again. Just because the jumping back and forth between paints and details, and you're like, oh fuck, I missed this, I missed that. And also just like different units as well. Like I knew I wanted to paint the Terminators and the Company Heroes close together because they share a lot of colors. Like with the Cruxes, the things like that, you know. But you know, I would definitely do just 5 maximum, I think, going forward. Because even, like, hell, I talked about the Blightlord Terminators that we painted on stream. That took, what, 3 weeks? And that was just because of the method I was painting them in, you know? But, you know, that felt like a long time. And frankly, like, after painting those, I was like, I don't really want to look at Death Guard for a minute. I don't really want to paint Death Guard after that. Like, I feel Death Guard's going to be like a kind of, I revisit it when I'm ready type army. The White Templars I'm probably going to paint are another one that I'm kind of like, I don't really know what I'm going to do. I think what will end up happening is I will probably get to a point where I get way more comfortable with oil paints and then do that, because I did like the capillary action panel lining that we were doing. That was really fun. That was really satisfying, and I could totally see myself doing that for like a whole squad of dudes like this, and it would definitely cut down on all the time to do the mini. It would definitely cut down, but I don't know. I gotta just look at a couple videos online. There's a shit ton on like oil paints and panel lining and whatever, and I just gotta practice. That's all I gotta do. Chat, I have wonderful news though. The High Elf audio was delivered to me this morning. Very much appreciated. This is good news. So I'll probably be working on that. It's Saturday. I'll probably work on it a little bit. I try to keep my weekends pretty like open from like not doing work and stuff, but I've also been like taking a break just to like focus on Carrie, obviously, because like she's visiting, you know. So I don't know. It is D&D day, so I'm not gonna worry about it too much. I think Monday I'll really like get my nose to the grindstone and get going with this whole elf nonsense. You know what I'm talking about? But you know. Resource-wise, the video won't be super intense or time-consuming because we already have the part 1. So I already have all of the art and stuff that I'll need. I think I saw someone talking about this in the Magnus video, going like, please bring back your old format. And I want to kind of maybe make a community post or something somewhere on our social medias, kind of breaking down why the videos are changing like this, just to like explain to people who might not like understand, or like, you know, it's all just like trying to break it down for people. All right, we have 4 Marines to go for the Crux Terminatuses, and anything that should be great. Let me get the Cruxes done first, and then see if I need to do like their hands or whatever. But the main part, and if you want to like clip this and show it to people who may ask, the main reason why we're cutting down on doing the artwork is it's a me thing. I like doing art. Obviously, I'm doing it right now. And it's also, when it comes to the videos, explaining Warhammer to my girlfriend, it is the thing that is taking the absolute longest. Now, you may say, well, Ava, like some audio has taken some time to get to you before. And yeah, but that's also because the editors that we work with are sometimes doing other things or working on other projects. So, you know, we have yet to have like a dedicated, this is our editor, just yet. But art always took the longest part of the process, and it's because at my core I am a perfectionist. And I've gone back and forth with this for a while, and many of you who attend our live streams have heard me ping pong between this over and over again, but I'm putting my foot down as like, I need to just say no, because if I wanted to be perfect in all the videos and have everything exactly how I wanted it, we'd never get the video done. It would just never happen. And it sucks to say, but it is true. It would never get done. So it's better to have less art of mine in the videos and more art of stuff from the source material to show you also why I love this setting. And to show people, like, here's artwork of this, here's that, yada, yada, yada. And I think it's really helped. Because if I can just keep my art to excerpts and things, that lets me focus on those artworks more. And that's just how it's going to be from now on. Ideally, these videos come out once every 2 weeks. And if it was the way that it was with how we did art before, it would never get done. Where I have to draw like every little bit or every little example or every little sanguineous or every little elf or every little dwarf or whatever. Nothing would ever get done. Videos would be months and months and months apart, which sometimes they are. And I feel bad for that because, you know, you guys want more content. I want to release more content. And also, selfishly, I want money. This is what pays the bills. And frankly, if I have to give up art so that I can feed me and Carrie, then yeah, I'm getting rid of the art. That's not to say it's entirely gone, but it is to say, like, it's going to be heavily reduced. It's going to be much more like what it is in the Magnus video, the elf video. Like, it's just gonna be different. How selfish of you, I know. But that's just to explain, like, what's happening with the art and stuff. And it's been like that for a couple videos now. It started really with Sisters of Silence, but nobody fucking watched that video because it was not a video about Space Marines or Primarchs. And you would have seen it in the High Elf video, but nobody fucking watched that one because you all care about Space Marines and Primarchs. That's all you care about. I watch them. I like them. An exception to the rule. Take them outside. Take them out of this court now! 3 burly Oompa Loompas approach you. They grab you by the arms. You're kicking, you're screaming. They're dragging you away.
You stole fizzy lifting drink. I know it. My advisor tells me that you have stolen the fizzy lifting drink. I know this to be true.
Why Oompa Loompas? It's a funnier visual. What is this bit? What if King Theoden was actually Willy Wonka?
Sire, they stole fizzy lifting drink. Get off the gray. You've stolen
Fizzy lifting drink. I have not stolen from you, King Theoden.
He lies, sire, he lies. You come into my court, Gandalf the Grey, after you have stolen fizzy lifting drink.
If I watched them actually went to my power and went out, Sister of Silence was the only one of your things that saved my Spotify playlist, and I'll be honest, still love the video, slightly went insane from listening to it over and over again. You're welcome.
Ill news is an ill guest, as is the thief of our everlasting gobstopper.
That's damn true. That's damn true.
Gandalf the Grey, you must go to the factory of Wonka in the east. What? To the west, there is another candy factory. Saruman, no! One that will dethrone the candy.
This is extra funny because if you watch the Tim Burton one, Christopher Lee is in that one.
Candy.
With the Halo music, it's funny.
You must go to the west, Gandalf. There is another factory on the rise. I went there after you, I, Galadriel, and that other guy. We defeated the Necromancer and Dol Guldur. I told you to leave Saruman to me, but when I went there, Gandalf, it was magical. Wonka has a factory where children die, but what if they were all orcs instead? Frodo, you must find the everlasting gobstopper.
Gandalf.
I can go no further. This is where my journey ends, or perhaps begins, Frodo.
Gandalf, no.
Aragorn, son of Arathorn, heir to the kingdom of Gondor. Look after them, my friends. Look after each other.
He steps off the cliff to go, like, kill the Balrog. Even flow. I picked a bad day to stop sniffing glue. It would be Dream On. What about the You Only Meant Well song? Nah, Taylor Swift's toxic. That's not Taylor Swift? It's not? I hear stomping. She's here.
Toxic?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
can't you see?
Yeah.
It's Britney Spears.
I thought it was Taylor Swift.
Not all blondes are the same pop star. Damn.
That's not what I said at all.
Who's Sabrina Carpenter? Madonna?
No. Sabrina Carpenter's that one girl who was like, I have good genes, and it was really weird
No,
and probably.
that's Sydney Sweeney.
Oh, never mind then. Maybe all blondes are the same.
Apparently, my name's Taylor Swift.
Don't make fun of me for my approximate knowledge in some things.
So
Shut up. Do you think there are some people who watch our podcast and our streams to like specifically like look for opportunities to be like, let's dogpile on Ava, and then they'll like DM you and be like, leave him?
No, because I would know if they DM'd me and asked me to leave you.
That's true. You'd never check your messages.
Excuse you.
I'm sorry. That was a bad joke. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm just saying, I don't think I've gotten messages being like, leave him. I've gotten comments being like, I would treat you better than your current boyfriend. Who's that? Who sings that song?
I was gonna ask you.
That's Shawn Mendes.
Who?
Shawn Mendes. Who dated famously of Fifth Harmony.
Sorry, the way you phrase that is like, who dated of, as if it was like, and the Tomes once said.
Who is the first girl to leave Fifth Harmony?
What is Fifth Harmony? What did they do?
Baby, I'm worth it. Baby, I'm worth
Give it
it.
to me, I'm wearing it.
You know that song?
I do. I didn't know the
My
band.
heart right now, it will feel just like a sledgehammer. That song?
Can't say I'm overly familiar with it.
Camila Cabello, known for Havana Ooh Na Na.
Oh, I
put my
hate that
heart
fucking
in
song.
Havana Ooh Na Na.
I hate that fucking song.
Well, that's Camila Cabello. I should make a little like quiz show. That'd be fun.
I'd lose.
I lose at Warhammer quiz shows. Remember when they wanted me to identify Lizzo's Lilith's feet? They were like, whose feet are these? Name the model. And I was like, excuse you. What?
There's also Dante.
I thought it was Lilith.
I think there were 2 feats.
Oh,
there was
okay.
one that was Dante, one was
I was
Lilith.
asked about Lilith. Why does Dante have his toesies?
It's like a... Because he's supposed to look like a golden statue, and so it's like that kind of Baroque design where it's like they've got the toes and shit.
It looks like, you know, those water shoes for walking around in rivers
I
and
had
stuff?
those.
Those are so uncomfortable.
I had them. They sucked.
I don't want stuff between my toes.
I was like, guys, look how fucking cool this is. And they were like, that's awesome. And then I had them, and that was the worst part.
That's wild because you would have to convince Carrie you are better than both Alex and Ava. Yeah. Cook for me. Let's see if you can beat the Michelin star chef.
Bro thinks he's Dante. I'm Agni. Alex is Rudra, bro. It's fucking over
I'm
for you.
Sigismund, and I carry the fucking flame.
We
guys.
carry the flame.
Yeah.
We kneel for the chair. We remember his name. Black Templar fans are never going to recover from this.
Literally every time I hear Sigismund, I go right to the to the Spice Girls.
A Sigismund.
A Sigismund. If you wanna be my Primarch, you gotta be Sanguinius, I guess. All the others are kind of mean. I guess Sanguinius kills people too.
He does.
That's kind of smart. He's in the closet eating a guy. Horace opens the door. Don't tell Dad.
He doesn't eat a guy. He
Don't tell
kills him. He kills him because he was eating a guy.
Don't tell Dad.
I can explain. You're not supposed to be here. Standing the bone temple. Sanguinius, why do you have a bone temple? You're not supposed to know about that. How did you... What bone temple?
What is a bone temple?
It's a temple made of bones.
Oh, we have those in like Spain.
Sanguinius has him on his ship.
On his ship.
Yeah, because remember the Revenant chapter...
I feel like, what if you hit like some turbulence? The whole thing falls apart.
Fuck! Fuck! No, man, no!
Good morning, chat, by the way. I came in with such a purpose. I forgot to say good morning. Oh, I gotta go take my meds.
The Revenant chapter, who the Blood Angels were, we'll talk about this in the Sanguinius episode, which is being edited right now by Yerio. We love Yerio. The Revenant chapter were all about eating people. They were like, fuck yeah, we have culture and tradition and shit. I read an excerpt where, like, Rogel Dorn stops them and goes like, what the fuck are you doing? And they're like, what does it look like we're doing? Read Fear to Tread.
Oh, I thought that said fear of trend, and I was like, hipsters?
Oh.
Are hipsters still a thing? That was like a millennial
Yes.
joke.
Hipsters are definitely still a thing, but they take many forms. They had to adapt to this new environment.
The broccoli hair. Do they have cauliflower hair?
No, they probably just still dress the same, because it became like a fashion thing.
It's like Canadian chic, honestly. So it's very like Seattle lumberjack, barista vibe. You're trying to look like you didn't get ready. You just woke up like this.
You go, my name is Sock. I'm like, yeah, I know.
They just became the non-beanies. Being a binary gender is so common.
Bro.
Bro.
Having like a relationship with somebody is so fucking crazy. That's like so common and like cringe. NGL. I don't say lol, I say lel.
Oh.
Remember lel?
No.
L-E-L. I had a friend who said lel.
Laugh.
I have no fucking idea.
Externally loud. I
They
suppose.
said lel and they thought they were really different and cool
Fine.
for saying it. And I was like, just write lol, dude.
Dude, I come from the generation of meep haha random. So,
Lol rantum?
lol meep random.
hate little random shit.
Yeah.
Should I finish Borderlands 2? Well, we didn't finish it because we got to the final boss of the main thing of Borderlands 2 with Soups, Boko, and Dorothy. And it's fine. That game is a solid, it's alright. I had fun with friends.
You did not seem very impressed when you came to the couch afterwards.
I really wasn't. I was like really expecting, because like everybody, like my brother, stepbrother, big into Borderlands 2 and would constantly talk about how like fucking awesome it was and shit. And I'd be like, do you want to play? And he'd be like, no. Because he had like played it to death with his buddies.
Yeah.
So I kind of went into this going like, well, this game must be the tits, right? This must be like the greatest game ever fucking made. And I think it's, on the one hand, I don't think I like looter shooters. I really do not like it. I don't like the whole, like, you get a gun and then 20 minutes later you have the same gun but it have bigger number, or a different gun but it have bigger number. I fucking hate that play style. Do not like it. But like everybody that I ever talked to about Borderlands is like, oh, but the story in 2 is so crazy good. And I was like, is it though? And I think maybe it's just I didn't like how it was presented, because a lot of it is just like you're shooting guys and then like the story is just kind of happening somewhere else, but they're like texting you or like calling you on like Skype. I just don't know if it's really aged very well.
That's fair. It's an older game now. It was like what, 2011, 2012?
Yeah. I remember we talked about, you were like, you got spoiled on a reveal.
Oh, I was so mad because when I got the game, it was like one of the first times I ever bought a video game that was like out, like had just come out and was like everybody was hyped for it.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was like, okay, I'm gonna try to get good and so I can play with all my friends. And so I started like practicing. And then a friend of mine was like, oh sweet, we can play together, come join my game. And he was like, so I was like, okay. So I like phased into his game and it was the end of the game and it was like the moment when a character does like a big reveal. And I was like, oh.
Like I remember
Fuck
when that
me
reveal
then.
happened and we were streaming, like I just kind of went, all right. Like it wasn't really
Yeah,
it wasn't really that big a deal to me.
Yeah, but like the game had just come out and like
No, for
I
sure, for
I had
sure.
been looking forward to it, you
No,
know,
for
'cause-
sure. Yeah.
so
It's good for
I was
what it
pretty
is.
upset.
Yeah, I feel like it's a good way to say it. It's like Halo doesn't have like the greatest story ever told, but like it's for a first-person shooter, it's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean it's popular. It's also, I think there's something to be said about just like sometimes a game comes out and it's what everybody is playing, you know.
Yeah, no, for sure, absolutely.
So that's what makes it fun.
I was the most annoying piece of shit when fucking Elden Ring came out.
Aw.
And anytime my friends were like, oh, I went, shut the fuck up, I don't care.
Yeah, no, I mean like I don't want to get spoiled.
Did you fight? Shut up. Don't care.
Spoiling really kills it for me because I like, for me, a lot of enjoyment out of stories is like letting it unravel or like kind of seeing if I can figure it out. I like the unraveling of it all.
Yeah.
So like when that happened with my friend, it kind of killed my whole momentum, at least with like story mode.
Mm-hmm. I mean, like, even then, like, the story is just kind of...
I was mostly just pissed that I had just told him like, hey, I just installed it.
Yeah, no, that's shitty. That's a shitty thing to do.
Yeah. I was mad at him more than anything, you know. I was like, wow, way to like think about my experience at all.
Of all the games, 2 is my least favorite. Wow, that's... I have not seen that take before. Like, I thought it was fun, but I talked about it on stream with Lena Soups and them, where I was like, I definitely would not have played this on my own. There is no way in hell I would have gotten through this entire game by myself. There's no fucking way.
Yeah, fair.
And I do think that's just because, like, I do not fuck with looter shooters. I really do not like them.
I'm not very good at shooters. Full stop. I'm learning.
To hear, like, more of my, like, takes on it, like, just go watch the final stream when that VOD gets uploaded. But, like...
It's also one of those games where I get motion sick because
yeah.
first person.
The biggest critique I had with gameplay is that I felt like until the final boss, like, I didn't really feel like a character.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, well, you were saying like you felt you were frustrated that the classes didn't really differentiate until the very end.
You just feel like I'm X character, and then sometimes I press a button and it does this other thing instead of the other thing that someone else can do.
What do you think? Do you think that might have been different if you had been playing? Because you were playing sniper.
I was playing the mage.
Oh, okay, never mind. My question was going to be, do you think you might have had a better time if you were playing like the mage? But, all right. Or technically, I think they're called sirens.
Whatever.
You know what's weird about Borderlands? Like, I look at Borderlands as a what's the word? Franchise.
Yeah.
And the whole thing, I'm like looking it up and down, and I'm like, okay, like they're doing their thing. Art style, fabulous. You know?
Incredible.
Fucking cool art style. Stories, whatever. Play style, whatever. Obviously popular. Then I look at the movie and I go, what the fuck happened?
Randy Pitchford's a fucking hack is what happened.
I don't know who that is.
This is a guy he's like the Gearbox director. He's the guy who...
Isn't he the guy who like was really mean to the guy who played Claptrap originally?
Allegedly, he punched the voice actor for Claptrap in the face.
Okay, well fuck him. Because Claptrap was like my favorite part.
Okay, that's interesting because I fucking hate
You
Claptrap.
gotta remember, I was like 16.
Yeah.
And this is fresh in the generation of Lil Random.
You're right.
So Claptrap was like the bee's knees. I remember when I had like first had like a panic attack, like a real panic attack, and I was sitting in a therapist's office, and she was like, "Have you like played any games lately? Like, is there a character you like?" And I was like, "Claptrap." She looked at me like, "Don't judge her. Don't judge her. Don't judge her. Tell me about Claptrap."
This bitch has dog shit character opinions.
I'm pretty sure he left a USB full of porn in a public place.
It was a White Castle.
Do not be plugging in random USBs.
It was a White Castle. He left it there.
Okay, who found it and who plugged in a random USB? John, you can back me up. Don't be plugging in random USBs you find in public.
He'd also like retweet videos of like cats being murdered.
Oh.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah, he went viral for a day because like he just posted like a kitten getting like
holy shit
horribly killed.
It was CP?
Yep.
That's wait,
yeah,
how is he not in jail?
Great question.
Holy
Excellent
crap.
question.
What the fuck?
Randy Pitchford can eat my entire cock.
This
Fuck
was
him.
a decade ago? Still.
Yeah.
That's fucking gross. Medieval times, not a White Castle. Do not. You can't be disrupting medieval times like that. That's a sacred experience.
My mind was in the right place. It was a castle somewhere.
Right, it was medieval times. That's fucking great. Imagine going to medieval times. You're having a great time. You're getting like.
And Randy Pitchford's just stroking his shit right there.
I'm disassociating just hearing the sentence. I'm like trying to eat my turkey leg.
No, this is good for both of us.
I'm like crying into my grog or whatever they're serving.
My grog.
I don't know.
My mead.
My ale.
Delicious, delicious gruel.
Oh. publicly stroking is for Waffle House. We need to do a tier list of all the different, like, big, like, places that you eat free on your birthday, you know? We need, like, IHOP, Denny's.
What if it's my birthday every day?
I mean, that's how you should be living, but I don't think they're going to give you the free food.
We just have to drive to a different IHOP.
They look at your ID, I think.
No.
Oh.
I'll just lie and forge an ID.
It's probably one of those things where, like, if you know someone at IHOP, wink, wink, it's your birthday every day.
They register you on a fucking, like...
I had a friend who worked at Starbucks, and every time I went in, I would have a full free drink fill out, you know, those cards, like a punch card. She'd be like, wow, thanks for your full punch card. I'd be like, ain't no thing, girl.
Says it loud enough for the manager to hear, thanks for your full punch card. Wow, you're really thirsty, aren't you?
I would give her free souvlaki, so...
Do you want to talk about Love Island?
Do you want to talk about Love Island?
I haven't talked about it today.
I know, you said you were going to wait. You were like, I don't know how to tell them about all this stuff. Guys, we watched... How many episodes did we watch last night? I wasn't
like
feeling
4.
well, so we just kind of hunkered down on the couch and, like,
We watched like
binged
4.
it. Yeah, it was a lot. It was a lot.
I'm disappointed with how some of the men are moving.
Me too.
Some of the men be moving in such ways where I'm like, did you really have a connection with that person, or are you just
playing
horny?
the fucking game.
Corbin's a fucking player, man.
Corbin's a fuckboy.
He is a fuckboy.
Everybody knew it from the start. All the girls like got together after he came in, and they were like, "I think he's a fuckboy."
He just keeps saying shit like, "Can I kiss you? Can I kiss you?
Literally
Can I kiss
every time
you?"
he's around anybody with a fucking Y chromosome, he's
It's
like,
been
pursing his
5
lips.
seconds since I've asked if I can kiss a lady.
Like, bro, try having a conversation.
Yeah, I could, but like, I don't really have much to say, to be honest with you. Like, my vibe is so low key, though.
Yeah, I don't know anything about him. Like, I feel like he's like, you know, those people that really just kind of like exist within like a friend group and don't, like, they're pleasant enough to be around, but they don't really like have their own ideas.
You can have a situation that Mandalore Gaming had where you eventually have like D&D with that friend, and you're like, all right, they're kind of weird or whatever, and then eventually you have the horrifying realization, hey, who knows this person?
Well, that's just the thing. Every time he does drop some lore about himself, I'm like, we didn't know this. Like, somebody, no, that was Gabe, who his like girlfriend when leaving was like, yeah, he's like a computer engineer, and we were all like, what?
Yeah, he like studied computer science and shit. I was like, oh.
How does that not come up ever?
I mean, maybe it was like revealed in one of those like, maybe the producers were like, fuck that, no one cares about computer science.
Well, I don't know how computer science, maybe John can kind of illuminate this a little bit. I don't know how computer programming and stuff works, because he was Portuguese?
Portuguese came to America.
Yeah, so I would assume he might have studied in Brazil. And I don't know how computers work in different languages. I know that a lot of like coding and stuff done in Japanese ends up actually being done in English.
Well, it's like its own language.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. It's an interesting topic. But yeah, he just like, it was never revealed. And then all of a sudden,
I love
like,
just seeing John.
Yeah, go.
So.
But yeah, Melanie's still being crazy. The least consistent human being I've ever.
I got so pissed. Okay, so y'all will remember that Melanie's whole thing is that she was like really heavy into Sincere.
Yeah.
Now, Sincere had like one thing where it was like, oh, I kind of used to fuck around and like text other girls, and Melanie was like, if you cheat, I'll just cheat on you back. Now, this entire time, she's been like, did you look at that girl? How fucking dare you? How fucking dare you? Do you have a connection with her? Are you gonna leave me? And like freak the fuck out. I hate her.
At first, justified, and like.
But then after a while,
like, Sincere,
It's like you're just paranoid.
yeah, Sincere like did mess around with one girl and kind of like was interested, but then Melanie was like, I'm really not about that. I don't like it at all. And he like saw that she was freaking out and then like adjusted his behavior accordingly.
Mm-hmm.
But she never calmed down.
No.
And it was like he couldn't do anything, and it was wild to watch because she would be like sitting there and within the same 3 minutes go from like I hate you, I love you, I hate you, I hate you, without him even saying anything.
It was like scary.
It was
like
scary.
actually
She
kind
was
of
walking
fucking
around,
scary.
You know when people like open their eyes a little too wide? It was scary.
It freaked me out. Now, here's the thing. Melanie is now paired with Corbin because of those recoupling ceremony. People get to choose who was someone went home.
Well,
and
one of our goats went home.
One of our
I
goats
was
went
actually
home.
really
I loved
upset.
her. I loved her very much.
She was
and,
so cool.
And she went home, and that was very sad. But frankly, I believe in her strength, and she.
No, she's gonna go kill him.
Like when she left, she was like, "Guys, I don't know why you're crying."
She was the only one not crying.
She was like, "I'm not dying or anything. Like, come on." And I was like, "Oh, that's very sweet," but. Melanie is now with Corbin, who's the guy, who's the fuckboy, right? And there was a fucking moment, we were watching the episode last night, there was a fucking moment where Corbin, he's still kind of hots for the girl that he was like kind of with before. So he's been going around going like, hey, can I kiss you? Can I kiss you? And he did that.
He's obsessed.
He did that.
Kissing people.
He did that with Kenzie, who he was seeing beforehand. And he, the next day, goes to Melanie and goes, and remember how she reacted when Sincere would like look at another girl. She went fucking crazy. He goes up to her, goes, hey, by the way, I kissed Kenzie yesterday. She goes, yeah, that's fine.
Well, that's fine.
And
then like remains perfectly calm. And Ava and I were like about to throw the couch.
I felt like I was going to throw up.
Yeah. I was like, what? What?
I felt like I was gonna throw up because I couldn't fucking deal with it. I was like, you need to pick a fucking lane, girl.
What do you want?
Either you're the most angry person to ever exist and you don't like when people fuck around, or you're like, yeah, no, this isn't Love Island. It's supposed to be explorative. You're supposed to explore and stuff. I like actually hate her.
No, I'm very frustrated. I do not trust.
I don't trust her, and like I actually genuinely like. I do not like her.
I feel my eyebrows furrow whenever she comes on screen. I'm like, oh, this again.
She almost went home, but then she didn't because Corbin's horny.
Yeah, Corbin was like, the other girl really thinks for herself.
She won't let me kiss her.
One. She's crazy enough.
I asked her if she wanted to kiss, and she said no, and that really bothered me.
But yeah, this is Love Island. Yeah, we're still talking about.
He's a fucking capital F fuckboy, bro.
He is. Which, like, I don't, like, if you're a fuckboy, that's fine as long as everybody knows what's going on and is consenting. That's not a problem.
But he's going around going like, hey, like, I don't know why you're calling me a fuckboy and stuff.
Maybe he'll catch on.
Imagine they became final contestants. I'd freak out. I'd freak the fuck out. Could I kiss you?
He should just start saying it to the boys. There is like a little bromance happening that we're
between
like,
Zach
oh,
and Bryce, and like they're slapping each other's asses.
They're so cute. They're hilarious.
Oh, 2 people got chosen to go fuck.
Oh yeah, 2 people got chosen to go in the private room for it.
They're going to go have sex.
Yeah, and like they get in the private room and like open a little closet and it's just sex toys.
It was specifically like a whip.
Yeah. It's a bunch of bondage gear.
One of the girls, while they were getting her ready, because they all pick out lingerie for each other, is very cute.
It's very cute. The boys are like hyping up the guy and like doing push-ups with him, and the girls are like, oh my god, this is cute.
So
helping her do her hair.
While getting her ready, they were like, are you gonna use like any toys on each other? And one of the other girls goes, she's probably gonna use whips and shit on him, knowing her. And I'm like, Okay, girl.
Well,
okay.
It was funny because like when they like got like stood together about to go in,
Mm-hmm.
the guy, like all the other contestants were like, woo, you know, and the guy was like, calm down, guys, we're not gonna do anything. And then the girl was like, yeah, we're gonna do everything.
We are doing everything.
Oh, I love
Bro
her.
is
She's
going
amazing.
to be pegged.
I was like, he's gonna come back limping. 100%.
Hey guys, how was it, Zach? Are you
Like happy but limping.
I'm all right. Ooh, I don't want to sit down today. It hurts.
I don't want to lie down either. I'm just gonna lay in the pool.
There's a challenge today. No.
No.
No,
I did
I'm,
my challenge
I'm
last
good.
night.
I'm good. I'm exhausted.
She's just glowing.
She's like, the next time it happens, it's mine again.
He's the goat in the T-Rex enclosure. What's gonna happen to the goat? It was also funny because like another guy came and to like chat her up, and she just kind of blinked at him a few times and was like, no, like what are you doing?
Well, that's more fucked up because it's like they are like in a trio of friends.
Yeah.
And he was like, I just want to see if there's like any interest there. And he goes to his buddy who is dating this girl and is like, are you okay if I do this? And he's like,
really.
if you want to, but it's a bad idea.
Yeah.
And then he goes to his girlfriend and he's like, do I have your consent to do this? And she goes, if you want, but it's a bad idea.
Yeah. She's like, I'm not gonna stop you, but I don't like it.
And then he goes and does it. And then fucking Anaya is like, why'd you do that? That's really weird.
It was just weird. I think he was just like,
I think he got scared. I think he got spooked.
yeah, I think there was a lot going on with the environment. And I think a lot of them are really confused with like how they should be handling.
The exploring.
Yeah, because the game is all about like meeting people, right?
Yeah.
And like it is only a few, like 2 weeks into the game. So it is technically quite early. So I think some of them are like, should I be locking down or should I
Should I be
like,
locking down or should I still be exploring people?
Yeah.
Another guy came. Was he in the closet with the whip too? It's possible.
Who knows? They pop out of nowhere. One guy showed up in a money closet. That was Corbin. He showed up during a game. He was secretly in a
He
closet.
showed him like, can I kiss you?
Well, he started out, he was supposed to kiss all
Can
the
I
girls.
kiss you? Hey.
Maybe that was why. Maybe he just like was like, oh, this is what I do here.
He's just like, this is what my purpose is. I'm
am
here.
the
I'm here
kisser.
to kiss the women.
Corbin the kisser.
My strongest warriors, Anaya and KC.
Ugh.
They
Beautiful
just
couple.
need
Adorable.
to talk out shit. Like, I feel like if they met and it wasn't in this environment, they would just be so fucking strong. But because there are, like, other things happening, and because it is technically a game, like, there's a lot of anxieties. Mostly on Anaya's end, where she's like, you're literally talking to other girls, and I feel... I don't want you to feel like I'm locking you down or something. And he's like, you're literally not?
Yeah. It's confusing, I think. And like there's like a sense that anytime people are talking, they could be like changing
Flirting.
teams or something, but like
Yeah.
sometimes it's just like, hey, you're new here, I wanted to introduce myself,
Yeah.
you know?
That's just how it is on
Yeah.
the island.
John said that computer stuff is mostly in English,
Mm.
but some of it should theoretically work in other languages, and it does, but main is English.
That was a pun on came. Did I have to spell that one out? No, I just didn't laugh. I'm sorry. I don't laugh at puns.
Where was the pun?
I don't find puns punny.
You do sometimes.
Name one.
Just gotta be clever enough.
Name one time I've laughed at a pun.
When I've made them?
I have unfortunate news for you.
What? You do this thing where you just make a blanket statement as if it's correct.
Mm-hmm. And?
It's called lying.
No. I would never lie. Lie? You find them a punishment? I read a book when I was in elementary school that was called Punishment, where the kid got cursed to only talk in puns. And I think I just got annoyed. I think that was just it.
He who would pun would pick a pocket. Do you think I would? That you're conflating two things. John, do you think I would actually pick someone's pocket?
You were mean to me in a dream.
Because let's not forget that in Master Commander, same people were like, that guy's totally making the curse happen where the wind's not here. Just because the guy with the brain injury said so.
Yeah, the sea madness. Winslow, don't you know about the sea madness?
I mean, picking a pocket isn't necessarily immoral. I mean, I guess, but like in most cases, I'm trying to think of moral cases where you're picking a pocket. You got to pick a pocket or two, boy. You got to pick a pocket or two.
Melanie is a nasty woman.
I implicitly trust any sailor who suffers blunt force trauma straight to the dome. They're thinking in a way no one else is thinking.
He can see the sea for what it really is.
A big fucking lake.
It's blue. It's green. It's blue. It's green.
It's peeling.
It is fucking peeling. That's damn true. I love the pool story. I'm following it with bated breath.
At this rate, pretty soon people are going to be standing around it with baited lines waiting for fucking fish to show up. You laughed. That was a pun. He's smiling.
I wasn't laughing.
You laughed. You went, that's a laugh.
At the pun.
But why'd you laugh then?
Because the visual
yeah,
of a bunch of people.
which was created by the pun. I heard a smile.
Not everything's a fucking competition, okay?
Well, I just like to be right.
She says, saying that it is a competition.
No, I just like to be right.
You're right, honey. Whatever you say, honey.
I like to be right. That doesn't mean I am implicitly right. It means I try to prove myself.
The difference is I know I am right.
Listen, I want to know if I'm wrong so that I can adjust and be right. Right?
I heard a smile. Hot take: if the lighthouse was in color, it would be comedy. Excuse you, it is a comedy. It's a romantic comedy. Did you not watch the same fucking movie as me, bro?
There was moments where I was like, they're actually gonna kiss. The tension is crazy.
Winslow, my cock, Winslow.
They use 12% hydrogen peroxide over the store-bought 5%, so that will burn someone if it gets on them. Nothing is swimming in that. No, here's the thing. They use the 12% hydrogen peroxide from fucking Costco. But they also poured it in the morning. You know what happens when hydrogen peroxide is in sunlight? It breaks the fuck down. That's why if you're shocking a pool with hydrogen peroxide, you're supposed to pour it in at night so it actually has time to exist.
Music crunch, Carrie. I fucking hate OBS so much.
Is it better?
If you did what you usually do, it should be. If it's not, then leave it. They can suffer.
No.
How's your Love Island OTP? They're doing good.
Yeah, they're chilling. They had a little confusion for a minute, but they talked it out.
It seems to be happening a lot. They get a little confused. And they go, here's where I'm at. And they go, actually, that makes a lot of sense. And they go, yeah. And then that's it.
We're trying to get caught up.
We're getting there. We're getting there.
We thought we were caught up, and then we checked, and like
We're a
7
week
more
behind.
episodes had dropped, and we were like, what the fuck?
And that's what happens when they release an episode.
It comes out every day.
6 days.
Also, the cop got voted off finally. He was the first to go.
Fina fucking Lee.
And like the mayor of his town had been like tweeting about him, being like, he did his training on the city budget and then left.
Yeah, that's how being a cop works.
Like, it was just wild. Anything on Below Deck? We haven't been watching Below Deck. We have to catch up on Love Island first.
Yeah, Love Island's a new hotness. Understand that. Before I kill you.
That's how any job works. I know.
But like, I think bro, the mayor, was just like hella embarrassed that like a cop went to Love Island when it's like,
Yeah.
dude, this could be awesome PR for you.
It could. Like, they could have really leaned into it and been like, they could have been like, go, bro! Like,
But police are gonna police.
yeah. And waste their fucking time.
Mm-hmm. Waste my damn time being on this fucking island.
Is Below Deck boat how you get to Love Island?
No,
No, I think they fly them in. They're in Fiji right now.
they're in fucking Fiji.
Oh yeah, and they had like a game where they had to pie each other in the face.
Oh my god, poor soul.
Poor soul. So basically how it works is they have like they're given a prompt. Like, which islander would be the most likely to like cheat or something. And then the girls are on one team, the boys are on one team, and they send up a girl, and
Pie
then
a boy
whoever
in the
they pick,
face.
they have to pie the guy who they think meets the brief, basically. And the guys pied one of the girls twice, and it was like the new girl who hadn't done anything
She
yet.
literally hasn't fucking done anything.
She hasn't done anything. She's been there for like 2 days.
Literally has done nothing.
And they pied her twice, and it was both times it was like the person who's most likely to like steal someone's man. the
And, like,
person who's most likely to like cause like a problem.
The only fucking explanation I can possibly come to is the fact that like she comes in, she has bad bitch energy. Like I'm talking
Oh, yeah,
like
no,
she is a
she's
badass.
fucking cool. Like she's really tall. Her tits are some of the nicest I've ever seen in this world.
She's built like 2B from
yeah,
Nier Automata.
it's actually kind of crazy. And so I think everybody is like, oh, who's this? She's all confident and shit. But like she literally started crying.
Yeah, she was like, I don't want to do this fucking game anymore.
Yeah.
And I was like, no, she has every fucking right to feel that way, because what the fuck?
Yeah, I was really annoyed.
Like, I felt kind of bad for Zach, because Zach was the one who pied her twice, and he was like, I'm really sorry.
Yeah.
But like...
But it's like the group chooses.
Yeah, the
he
group
was just
chooses.
the one to deliver
he was
the
just,
pie.
unfortunately, the one, yeah.
The pier.
Yeah. The delivery man.
But, you know, as soon as she started crying, all the girls, like, gathered around her immediately and were like, this is not cool.
I don't like how they're treating the bombshells.
The new ones, yeah. I don't know. I feel like this is the first time in this season that, like, 2 bombshells have come in and they haven't immediately become part of the, like, group.
Because, like, Anaya came in. And Gabe came in.
Yeah.
And they're, like, besties. They all fucking love each other. But, like, these new girls, Jen and Sol.
Kata?
Kata, yes. I forgot her name.
Ayana.
But yeah, no, Kata and fucking Gabe came in, and like everybody was like, haha, yeah, but like they've like formed bonds with each other now.
Yeah.
So now there's like a bit of an in-group.
Yeah. And like
I get it.
Jen seems to be fitting in okay, but she's quite quiet.
Jen's fitting in by being quiet. Yes,
Yeah.
it's exactly that. She's like kind of.
She's not rocking any boats.
No, she's not saying anything controversial. She's not like, yeah, I'll steal your man. But fucking Sol hasn't either.
Sol just walked in and like looked good and knew it, and then a guy approached her, so she started hanging out with him, and she didn't know that he was with somebody else.
No, like this entire time she like, and like we've talked about this. So Sincere's been talking to her, right? And Sincere, buddy, you gotta pick a fucking lane. You're either with her or you're not.
Yeah, because I was getting kind of mad, because then once that started up, he started like being inconsistent with what he was saying, because he would go to Melanie and
He would go to Melanie and be like, no, it's us forever. And then he'd go to Sol and be like, yeah, I'm open.
and, like, immediately start making out with her, which like poor like of course Melanie's upset, but also poor fucking Sol, because all that's gonna do is put her in the out group, and she's feeling like that only one person is talking to her, and then that person is like avoiding her afterwards because his girlfriend is like fucking upset, and now she doesn't have any friends because the only person who's hung out with her is now kind of ghosting her. And he was hanging like the way he was hanging out with her before was like entirely isolating her from anyone else.
Yeah,
So
like
hasn't had the
he
chance
would
to make
always
any
bring
friends.
her
He would like grab her and take her like to a different part of the villa,
so
and
that
then,
they
like,
could just like make
sit
out
with her all day and like make out with her, and then go back to Melanie, who was obviously upset, and then like make up with her, and then Sol's just sitting there going like,
I don't know what to feel.
I don't know what to do.
Am I like
This guy seems really nice to me and seems to be all about me when we're like together, but then he's just gone and everybody's glaring at me. It was very upsetting.
it's pissing me off because like frankly Sol like does not.
She seems really cool.
She seems really cool. She's very nice. She hasn't said anything or done anything that's like, wow, fuck you. And Jen, she's just the quiet blonde white girl and like hasn't been making like very many waves, but also been like kind of weird because like she's with Gabrielle now, and Gabrielle fucking had a partner that he was really fucking with. She's off the island now,
Yeah.
and he's immediately all over this fucking lady.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
Very confusing.
But also, like, I feel Gabrielle's very strange because he has, like, just a very different idea of, like, what...
Gabrielle, I think you clocked it right away. For him, there is, like...
Sex is sex. It's
sex
whatever.
is sex, but then there's love. And love is a thing that you share with one person, but sex is just fun.
Yeah, he is definitely in like the ballpark.
Which, like, that's totally a legitimate way to be. It's just that you have
but
to
you
be,
need to be
have
on the same
communicate
page with
that.
people if you
Yeah.
feel that way. If you and I were in a relationship, so
If
speaking
you
of
and I were in a relationship, that'd be crazy, Ava. That'd be wild. What a thing to think about.
don't make fun of me. But like if we were in a relationship and if we started dating and I was like, I literally don't care about sex. Like, you can go fuck around, do whatever. I don't care.
Yeah, I know people like that.
Yes.
And it's like, for me, intimacy, the thing that I want to share with, like, few people is one thing, but that's not necessarily sex.
Yes,
so
exactly.
Go be sexy, but just, like, obviously be safe about it.
Yeah. And like, speaking as somebody who's like pretty demisexual, which some of our audience may not know what that is. It's basically just like you need like an emotional connection with the person that you're with. Like Carrie and I were friends for many years before we even like started flirting.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever dated somebody that I wasn't friends with first.
Exactly. Like you gotta like vibe with somebody if you're like in a demi relationship. So speaking as someone who is like pretty demi and is watching this show, it's weird.
It is weird.
It's weird
The first
because people are
episode,
like,
everybody's like kissing and stuff, and I was like, oh my god, I would be freaking out. Which isn't to say I don't like kissing. It's just, I gotta know you.
I feel it feels extra weird because like specifically you have people who are like, I'm ride or die for you, you're my everything, I'll do everything for you, and then like one hot girl enters and they're like
and their tongue is down her throat.
It's crazy. I can't fucking I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't want it. I don't understand. Danny, I'm gonna come into the room right now.
Oh.
I just wanted to warn you because sometimes I spook you.
Your Jon Snow, like at any point, could turn into Gordon Ramsay. It teeters.
Danny, what the fuck have you made me? Wow. Wow. The actor who plays me is a Zionist piece of shit. Did you know that?
I didn't. That's annoying.
Yeah, he like directly compared like the wildlings trying to get over the wall as like, yeah, that's like the Palestinians.
What? You mean the people who were in the land before?
And like we have to defend our border because they're coming in to try to kill us all.
You mean they're coming back to where they originally were from?
They're trying to kill us all. Like disgusting shit. Absolutely fucking vile.
That's crazy. I don't understand how people just look at other human beings and are like, no.
Brown.
Wild. What actor are we talking about? Kit Harington.
Yeah. My name's Kit Harington. And I don't think Palestinians are people. Alright, Kit.
What? What's a people to you?
What's a woman?
What is a man?
Die, monster. You don't belong in this world.
It was not by my hand that I am once again given flesh. I was called here by humans who wish to pay me tribute.
Tribute? You steal men's souls and make them your slaves.
Perhaps the same could be said of all religion.
Mankind ill needs a leader such as you.
Damn, you're going through this whole thing.
What is a man?
Breaks glass.
A miserable little pile of secrets. But enough talk.
But then he thinks Taylor Swift did.
Hop!
You know?
Yeah.
miserable little pile of secrets. Secrets, gamer. What? I dropped my phone in a McDonald's Sprite breaks glass, and that motherfucker started charging.
Oh no.
One of my favorite videos on the internet, period, is the guy who's like, I got that McDonald's Sprite, boy, and he drinks it, and he starts to distort into static.
Oh my god.
Do you think Ava might be a fan of Castlevania series? I've never played a single Castlevania game in my life.
I played that weird Wii fighting Castlevania game.
What?
Yeah. I think it was called Judgment or something. I'm looking it up.
I've never played Castlevania. I just think that fucking cutscene is awesome.
What is a mech? A miserable little pile of scrap. But he don't talk. Hop, hop, hop.
Yeah, Judgment. It's the one with the guy who looks like Light Yagami.
Oh,
was
that's
buff.
because it was designed by the guy who
Yeah.
then went on to make Death Note
I think
or draw Death
I
Note.
feel like Death Note came out first, but I might be wrong.
When did Death Note come out?
What a question. Yes. No. 2003.
When did Judgment come out? Uh-huh. You were right.
Yep.
Damn. Damn.
Crazy.
Maybe play Castlevania in the future. Maybe. I don't know. Perchance? Hop, hop, hop. If you want to know Castlevania timeline, I do have a playlist recommend. No, I'm good. I'm not really into it for the lore, frankly. Like, I just think they're kind of cool. All I know is that Julius Belmont in 1999 kills Dracula faster than any human being can blink. Wait. You ever killed Dracula in under a minute?
You ever voiced Dracula in an abridged series?
No. I
You
did
ever
voice
Who was it?
Alucard.
Alucard in an abridged series.
You were my mom.
I immediately died.
She did do that.
I do get typecast as lady who dies in first episode a lot.
Yeah.
So. But I remember calling into that recording session and just hearing, okay, so British accent, and I was like, you could have given me a heads up. I know it's my own lineage, but damn.
Dracula seems to die a lot despite being super powerful. He keeps getting brought back because he's a cool guy.
What is a death, really?
What is a vampire?
A sucky, sucky boy.
Did you ever watch the Netflix Castlevania made by... Well, I shouldn't say made by because he only, like, funded
I watched
it.
the first episode to prep for that abridged.
Right. It's an Adi Shankar work.
Oh, God.
Okay, now here's the thing. He, like, produced it. He wrote, like, maybe 1 or 2 episodes. If even that. It's
Okay.
fine.
Isn't
It's
this the
fine.
guy who's like, there is some lady named Lady, and her whole story arc is that she doesn't want to say her name
Yeah.
or something, and then
Yeah.
he's like, no, her name is actually Lady.
Yeah,
Isn't
when it's
that-
not, it's Mary. Her name is Mary. Her name isn't actually
But isn't
Lady.
that like actually kind of like really important to
Yes,
her character, and
it's
he just like
it's
deleted
her
that?
whole thing. It's literally her entire thing. He was most involved in the first round of episodes. Yeah. Yeah. Would you like to know something they established in that Castlevania series?
Okay.
Why do vampires hate the cross?
What? Okay, I could go. This is okay? This takes a while to explain, but sure. Why in this theory?
Because they are predators and they can't see right angles very well, so it fucks up their eyes.
Wait, hang on. Wait. They can't see right angles?
Something like that.
What does
It
that
fucks
mean?
with their weird predator vision, so they hate it.
Okay, we have predator vision. Like, we look forward. We can see right angles.
It's not because it's God.
Hang on, vampires.
It's not because it's God or it's holy. It's
Vampire.
just the angles are scary.
But they have the same kind of eyes as humans.
Nope, different. Vampire, different.
I don't understand.
Great, I don't either. It was a weird little scene where Trevor's just going like, yeah, vampires don't hate the cross. The cross doesn't actually have any, like, biblical power or anything. It's just, like, the angles are fucking weird to their eyeballs. And we're like, what?
What do they do if, like, two trees cross each other? What does that mean? Why do they get pissed at it?
I
don't
don't know.
understand.
It's
Doesn't it, like-
really, it's a really stupid way to be like, let's try to ground this in reality really quick. Like, what? Huh?
Huh?
Very fucking strange. I knew it was going to be the cross immediately. It's stupid. It was to explain why non-Christian vampires would be vulnerable to the cross.
You could just say that it's because God still has power as God.
No, right angles. I bet we could easily justify that as Trevor Belmont is wrong. I hope.
Do they pick up anything that's like a box or something?
I don't know, love.
He's in a coffin. Coffins have right angles. Oh my god.
It's like that specific shape.
Bro sees an X on a map, freaks the fuck out.
No. And then Dracula goes, die, monster. This X does not belong in this world. I think the show is good overall. I have definite problems with it, but I think overall it's pretty good. But it has little weird things in it sometimes like that, and you just have to go like, what?
He's holding a sword with a handguard. No, he's holding it right up to his face.
Now Alucard's half vampire, so he can. Alucard's only half. So it's fine. I'm a big fan of how World of Darkness does the thing with crosses. It's not the cross, it's the person holding its faith channeled through the cross. Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty normal.
That's how you should do it.
The best.
Benny.
I always think of Benny.
Going through every single
fucking
necklace
religious.
that he gets to the star and fucking Imhotep. Ah, the language of the slaves.
Okay, we can do that.
Like, all right, yeah, I can work with this. Oh shit! Yo! Minion time. Benny, make sure there's no cats around. They freak me the fuck out.
They do freak him out. Because cats run at right angles, you see.
That's true. He's not a vampire.
I don't know, I'm just making a funny joke.
If we play Witcher 3, we'll eventually encounter some vampires. There's different types, and they're all pretty cool. Then we can meet my favorite vampire. You open a coffin, there's a dude in it, and girl goes, "Hey," and he goes, Is it 1877 yet? No, then fuck off. And he puts the coffin back.
No, literally me in the morning though.
Fuck off. I don't care. Dresden vampires, though? Yeah, but, like, you see, like, the vampire type thing in, like, a lot of stuff. I was very, like, down with how Dresden did the vampire stuff, where I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I like the incubus stuff.
Yeah, that was the most interesting
Very
thing.
well
The
thought
White
out.
Court is the most interesting out of all the vampire things Dresden talks about. Because they're the weirdest.
Listen, we love Thomas. Thomas might be one of my favorite characters.
Food. Alright, man. You made your point. Kali. I'm a fashion designer, Harry.
Listen, you're gonna live forever. You need hobbies.
You gotta find a way to make it work.
Oh,
What?
I was reading a little write-up on this thing, and somebody used the R slur, being like, "Are vampires fucking R slur? They can't look at right angles, or they cross-eyed."
My
What the
eyeball
fuck?
hurt. But Alucard can because he's only half, so it's
That
fine.
doesn't make.
He's only half.
Yeah, that doesn't magically mean that things just don't hurt you.
Shut up. He's got a cool sword, and then he goes to Japan for a bit, and then he gets a
Oh.
fucking katana. That doesn't happen in the show, that happens in the games. Alucard becomes a fucking weeaboo. Chad, we got all the leather done, which is nice. Unironically, though, the backstory for my first Vampire the Masquerade character, I had never played Castlevania or heard about it at this point in my life. Carrie, after the first series, they abandoned the whole thing trying to base in reality. Nocturne goes hard into supernatural. They should have done that in the first place. It's fucking silly to try to make vampires a very supernatural creature into like, but what if it was like based in reality though? That's silly. Don't do that. It's a fucking vampire.
But if you're scared of right angles, like every human building.
Ah!
Like that's basically just two flat surfaces meeting.
What if they're like, it's actually 1 degree off? So like you have a bunch of vampires who are getting into
Bro's
construction.
just pulling out his little math calculator
minute.
fucking things. I was never
Interesting.
in those maths. I was not very smart.
Interesting. 80-degree angle. This house's foundations are fucked. Anyway, see ya. Alucard's in math. He's like, fuck. Find the right angle. No. No, 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 no. Whip out the protractor, scare Strahd's ass. That's what one of our next characters needs to be, a mathematician. They come out and they just go like, right angle. Strahd, you bitch, check this out. Oh no, a clock.
Trevor literally uses the word geometric shapes, and given crosses aren't typically weapons, it doesn't make sense to connect that as being about weapons just because the cross he happens to be holding is also a weapon. And Occam's razor, if a random shape suddenly became close to their face, confuses them and messes with their vision, then every vampire who ever uses super speed would fumble every time they use that power, since that would just involve them suddenly getting close to things.
No, shut up, though. The right angles confuse them.
That was a little bit of a confusing wording.
They confuse them. Listen, there's parts of the Castlevania show that I'm like, this is fucking awesome. Everything to do with Isaac, fucking awesome. Everything to do with Hector, I fucking sleep. I snooze. Hector! What
about, like, holy water? Does that work?
Yeah.
What? Water is not a shape?
No, it's different. It's different.
What's the explanation there?
I don't fucking know.
Chat.
He only talked about the cross.
What about garlic?
I don't know.
Sunlight?
Sunlight, yes. We see it happen.
Beheading?
Well, yeah.
I'm trying to think of all the different ways you deal with a vampire.
Beheading, or like the fucking Occam's razor. What? Carrie was reading a thing.
I was reading a comment. It was really awkwardly worded.
Listen, some people just want to use fucking things that they hear about to make themselves seem really smart.
I think they were just trying to say the simplest explanation being that right angles confuse them, or that the fact that getting close to something would mean that that's the simplest, like that's what it breaks down to, and thus it's confusing because they often get close to things quickly. The simplest explanation doesn't make sense because there are examples of it not working. I think that's what they're trying to say.
I don't fucking know. I think people online are dumb. Hector, oh, my steak is too juicy, my lobster too buttery, Forge Master. It was a little more complicated than that. Okay, we did those. All right, let's finally get to some metallics, baby. Okay. Get some separate water for this one. I think we can glue this backpack on. I feel like we're pretty safe to do that. Not the shield, though. Shield still needs some, like, washes and stuff. But... in-game Hector story, I like it. Fair. I know they're different, which is why I'm trying not to, like, compare, you know? Okay, let's get some metallics going. You know what, we're probably gonna need a bigger brush for these shields. But yeah, I think you would like Castlevania for the most part, love. I think you'd probably like it as much as I did.
I mean, again,
Which was
I enjoyed that one game. I know it was kind of an offshoot game, but I enjoyed it. I liked the fighting styles.
Oh, I meant like the show.
Oh.
I haven't played the games, so
Well,
I have no
I'm just
idea.
meaning, like, what I have experienced of Castlevania, I have enjoyed.
Yeah. No, I get you. Bigger brush. This one.
Although I feel like if we watch it, I'm just gonna, like, take screenshots and circle every right angle I see is around a vampire and isn't freaking him out.
Dracula is in a castle.
Castles are made out of right angles. I seem to remember him opening a door for her. No, she opens the door. He just kind of flies around the roof for a while.
He's scared.
Just like that Space Marine seeing all those furries at that convention. That came
I did
across
not
my
show-
feed.
I
and
did
I
not
was
show them
giggling at
that.
it.
I did not show chat
Guys,
that.
you know that I almost said submarines.
Yeah, you know, the submarines.
I was trying to think of salamanders. Not round towers. Checkmate. I want you to look at a brick real quick. Scaffolding. It's gonna freak them out.
Open a book.
I'm gonna look up Dracula.
Dracula's castle.
Dracula. Dracula. Castlevania. I'm looking at images.
It's a fucked up looking castle, to be fair. They can't read the word castle because there's a T in it.
Yeah. My guy's literally got right angles on his clothes.
It freaks them out. Maybe that's like how strong he is.
Oh, wait.
What?
That's
Oh, little plushie
That's
of Dracula.
A little plush of him. That's so cute.
Little Dracula
He's gonna
plushie.
eat you guys.
He didn't want to at first. He was just kind of vibing.
Wait, how does this Dracula become a vampire originally?
He just is.
Oh, okay.
I don't know, cursed by God or something.
Right. As usual. That guy's got long fucking forearms, damn.
Who?
Dracula.
Why the fuck are your arms so long? Maybe that's why all the the vampires are like kind of dumb. Cause like they can't read.
Same.
No, but I mean like
It scares them.
it scares them. They're like, I hate education because it's scary. There's a T in that. That scares me as a vampire.
Right.
That scares me.
Right.
All vampires are dyslexic. We're the Order of Dyslexic Vampires. Are you... What? Are you dyslexic because you're vampires? No. It's just a coincidence, honestly. But we found out that there were more of us, and, well, one thing led to another, and now we have this in-group. Oh.
We meet on Thursdays.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Did anybody take notes? Somebody read the minutes from last meeting, and everybody goes, "Oh no."
Does it like affect you guys like to be dyslexic and also vampires? Not really. It was just kind of a thing that we all had in common, you know? You know, when you live forever, you gotta find things that people are into, you know, and you know, sometimes it's like little hobbies, stuff like that. Sometimes it's a you know, a disability. We just get a little messed up at fighting right angles. I'm gonna eventually get to Strahd, and I'm just gonna immediately ask the DM, where are the right angles in this room? Where are they? Tell me. Tell me now. I have to know.
Bro, if Bryce walked in, his jaw would just take everybody out.
What do you mean?
Well, his,
oh,
his
right.
right
'cause
angle
his fucking,
jaw.
His jaw is crazy.
Perhaps bone smashing is the actual end of the vampire overlords.
Chad, have you done your bone smashing exercises today?
Have you practiced your mogging?
Have you practiced your mogging?
Wait, Lou, are you still in chat? How far have you guys gotten in? House of the Dragon. Have you gotten to our boy?
We're almost done with season 1. What was the last thing that happened without spoiling anything?
That's a fun game of charades.
Because I remember when Mama didn't want to be Mama no more on the beach.
Yeah, that's where we stopped. What a way to put it. I don't think that's what she wanted, but yeah.
Listen, I'm putting it in a way that people can understand if they know.
Yeah.
That's where we stopped? Okay.
Oh, okay. It's still coming. It's down the road.
What if Vhagar was named Gaydar? Wouldn't be so funny now, would it? Calm down. It's called Targaryen humor. Calm down, liberal. We've been going for 6 hours at that point. Figured it was a good place to stop. Yeah.
I remember getting to that episode and like right before it, I was like, there can't be any worse birthing scenes than we've seen already.
Wrong.
I'm probably safe.
Wrong.
Then I ended up on the floor again.
I told you, because that's where you like stopped for a long time.
Yeah, because I was like, why does every episode have somebody in childbirth? And not just childbirth, incredibly traumatic childbirth.
And then in like the last episode, I was like, are you ready for the worst it's ever been? You tanked it.
Which one was that?
The one with it didn't end well.
Oh.
Little golem creature came
Yeah, I
out.
was gonna say the not so human one.
Yeah, a little golem.
I did that. I did okay.
Yeah, you did. It's because I told you, like, it's gonna be bad. Just letting you know.
Yeah. Sometimes I'm fine. The problem is I don't know I'm not fine until
You're on the ground.
I'm on the ground hyperventilating.
Before Lou and crew, we were watching House of Dragon. We were watching The Pit. So
Yeah.
I've heard The Pit
I very much
is like
expect-
not a show for Carrie.
Well, that sucks though, because I like really like medical drama, but it's also
I'm curious to see full penis.
whenever I go into medical drama, I'm like, okay, let's have some crackers and ginger ale on the side ready to go. And like,
I'm excited for full penis.
I don't know. I feel like full penis might be like cut in half or something. I'm a little worried.
It happens. I go,
It is. We're talking about birth. It is an ER. Fun fact: I was born in an ER because my sister took 2 days of labor and I took 2 hours.
I thought you were gonna say, fun fact, I was born.
I did do that.
Well known fact. I was born.
I was born. Weren't you a C-section baby?
Yes.
Oh, gold star gay.
I never touched a pussy in my life.
Hang on.
I would never do such a thing. I'd never touch a pussy, ever.
I'd have to know what Carrie's boundaries are. It's not even a boundary thing. It's just sometimes I'm watching it and then I realize that the blood is leaving my brain and not in a sexy way. And I gotta like... If you're ever around me, you'll just know. Because suddenly I look like I've never seen the sun.
You were born? Yep. Is it too graphic? Let me put it to you this way. My mom was talking to Carrie while
Oh
I
my
was undergoing
God.
surgery, and she was like, yeah, so like I had this, and she was talking about a nerve thing that she
was
had.
talking about how she had to get, what are they called? Those kinds of shots that you have to get between bones.
Uh-huh. And as she was describing it, you were suddenly on the floor.
Yeah, she watched me go down and ended up holding my feet over, like up, and like running to a Starbucks to get me some orange juice. She felt so bad. I was like, it's okay. This just happens. And then once I've gone down once, it's very easy for me to go down again. It's called a vasovagal panic attack. It basically, your body just is like, oh, you're in danger.
Carrie's kind of like a ragdoll goat. Like you just kind of scream a little loud and she's just out.
We were watching that scene where a lady doesn't want to be a mom no more.
Mm-hmm.
I like looked over at Ava and then I held up my hand and looked at my hand and you could see the sweat beating on my palm.
I went, interesting. That's not supposed to be the reaction.
You're not supposed to be doing that in real time. The worst one I ever had, well, the worst one I've had recently was when I was listening to a girl talking about this woman she was abusing ketamine. She was not doing it in the way where I'm doing it as a treatment under a doctor's supervision and all this stuff. She was like snorting ketamine daily kind of thing. And it turns out that if you abuse ketamine, it can mess with your bladder lining. And so she ended up like passing the lining of her bladder like through her urethra, and it was incredibly painful. And she was describing this, and suddenly I realized I was going into a vasovagal panic attack. So I lied down on the ground and but then I started hyperventilating to the point where I stopped being able to move my hands. Like my hands started like going into like a little claw thing, and I stopped being able to feel my feet, and like slowly I started feeling my whole body like contract up, and I got really scared because I was like, wait, my body is shutting down. And Ava that was when Jake was over, so it was like the only time where I wasn't like lying in bed with you, because Jake was with you on the couch and I was in a different room, and I was just like, well, fuck.
Fuck.
So I just had to wait it out, and luckily, like, I was fine. Like that was just because basically my body was over oxygenating. That's what happens when you hyperventilate. Your body doesn't have any carbon dioxide, and it like fucks your nerves up for a minute. But like once you start breathing normally again, everything calms down. But it's really scary in the moment, obviously, because you're not used to not having control over your own limbs.
I remember one night I felt weird, but then when I woke up,
That's why paper bags help, exactly.
I like had sleep paralysis, and I couldn't move, and I couldn't even open my mouth to like yell for help. So I was just like whimpering as loud as I could until my uncle came in, and he was like, "What's wrong?"
Whimper some more.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Eventually it wore off, but it freaked me out.
Yeah, it's scary to not be in control of your body. I forgot to hit checkout on my grocery pickup. No!
Fuck.
Click it now, click it now. I have to wait till 4. Ugh. But yeah, it's a frustrating thing because, you know, there's just, you're just not in control of it. And I always feel bad because it'll happen like during a movie or something with friends.
You're just watching a movie and you just hear,
Yeah, you just see me hit the ground and I'm always like, I'm fine.
what the?
Well, I'm not usually like, I'm fine. I'm usually like, can somebody pause it and put on, I remember poor Alex, we were watching Made in Abyss. And there's this one scene that's like incredibly graphic where one of the characters gets hurt. And it's more to do with pain than anything else. Like I can't watch people be in like immense amount of pain. And for like specifically gynecological ones do freak me out the most. Like that's like a specific trigger for me. But like if I'm watching a person be in a lot of pain, it'll bother me. But I went down and we were laughing about it afterwards because he like paused the show and he was like, what do you need? And I was like, can you put on a funny cooking video?
It's what she needs.
And I just
right
listened
now.
to like sorted food for like 30 minutes until my body calmed down. I need to be cool. So like opening a window or fanning me helps, or giving me some kind of ice or something. And I need to distract myself from what's happening. If you're ever around me and I faint on you or panic on you, that's what to do. Poor Ava was like waking up from their surgery and I was on the ground.
You
being
were.
like, don't pay attention to me. I'm not the one who matters. Because the doctor was like describing part of the surgery and I was like, nope.
Give it to me straight, Doc.
I
Are
was like,
you
I want
sure?
to know, but like just so you know, I'm gonna lie on the ground with my feet above my head so that I can stay conscious. And the nurses were all giggling because like they've seen it a million times. You know, you always hear about the husband who passes out while the wife's in labor or something. Like, it's not their fault. They can't help it. It's just kind of funny.
What happened to Third Company Ultramarine? There was never a Third Company Ultramarine. You must be referring to the Fourth Company Ultramarine, in which case he's over there on the thing. So we made this guy Fifth Company, because that is Uriel Ventress, captain of the Fourth Company, until they change something, because maybe they don't like that. Technically, Uriel Ventress and Titus kind of have the same story going on, really. Both went to the Death Watch. Both were kind of like weirdly disgraced over a misunderstanding. Both are kind of like Ultramarines' main characters. They stole his backstory bar for fucking bar, bro. I mean, fourth, the green dude. Yeah, he's over there. He's by the thing. My chaplain loves me, dude. Do you know what I saw? I think Lala is now on the valley permanently.
Yeah, I think so.
And I saw a post on Reddit where someone was like, before everybody starts loving Lala again, here's a reminder of when she said that the soul of Tupac went into her body when he died. When she was like 8.
Wild.
Why would you ever say such a thing, Lala Kent?
She really wanted to be black.
She does want to be black. Not wanted, wants.
Yeah.
When she's talking and that fucking, like, Ave shit starts coming out, it fucking bothers me. She says some shit like, do you want to get popped?
Yeah.
And you're like, Lauren from Utah. You
Stop.
can't be talking like that, white baby.
And
You
she
can't-
walks into the, like, music room with the 2 guys, and she's like, my brothers! And you're like, girl, no.
She's so embarrassing, bro. Doesn't Titus outrank Uriel now? No. They are the same rank. The only person who outranks Uriel Ventress is in the Space Marines, the only person who outranks Uriel Ventress is Calgar or Gilliman. But he and Titus are the same rank. And then there's the person who thinks they're the reincarnation of Charlie Kirk, the weirdo.
What?
What are you talking about?
What?
The only captains that kind of don't have the same rank are the reserve company captains, which is 6 through 9, or 6 through 10 technically. 10th company I don't think has a captain, because it's just the scouts and shit. We are Charlie Kirk, we carry the flame. We are Sigismund, we remember his name.
Cool.
We kneel for the chair. We get cucked by 18-year-olds who are taller and muscular than we are. More muscular than we are.
We were watching that video last night. Bro was really, really upset about that. The one guy who had the dominatrix.
Oh, fucking...
He was like, it was...
Clavicular?
Clavicular. He saw a guy, like, doing puppy play with a dominatrix, and it, like, ruined his entire day.
He was like, that's demeaning to men.
It was crazy.
It's like, brother, you...
You're demeaning to men. Dude.
Yes. The first M to M trans. That's crazy. Male to male transition.
First, they've been bodybuilders and stuff forever.
That's true. But it's the first one that we've, like, documented in, like, such a way. Okay. Captain, champion. Veteran. Dude, give it like a couple weeks and you're gonna start seeing people in like the conservative movement moving like that guy from fucking Planet of the Apes. The newest one. It's a Wonderful Day, motherfucker. They're gonna be like walking around saying some shit like, remember his words. Say his words. We remember his name. We shit on the flame. We eat his shit. Ape together strong. An M to M transition is either Twink Death or Twink Revival. Clavicular is like something else. It's weird. He's weird, man. Eat his shit. It is the only way. Hello. Did you do the filter thing? You're the best. Chat, I've been playing through Dragon's Dogma 2 again because that update came out that should have come out like a month after the game dropped. But whatever, right? What's that? Yeah, it's really cool. It's really cool when that happens. That's really neat. Like I've had a weird like feeling in my heart because I've talked about like I think the end game for that game fucking sucks. But I've had a weird moment where I've never experienced this with a game where I'm playing through it again and I'm like dreading the end game. I'm usually excited to get to the end game, but I'm like dreading it this time because I'm just like I fucking hate it so much. I don't know. Maybe they made it better. Maybe they didn't. I don't know. I'll report back on my progress, but dude, ugh. I'm having so much fun with the gameplay, but anytime a character is like, plot, I just skip. Don't care. Don't care. I wouldn't think it would be possible to make a story or that was like less interesting than Dragon's Dogma 1. Not to say the story in DD1 was bad, but it wasn't like anything special. It was basically just Berserk, but there was also a dragon. Which is pretty cool. But like, Ooh, 2. Ooh, 2. Is the Dragon's Dogma story worse than Monster Hunter Rise? No. DD1 is like genuinely a fine story. It's like a fantasy that does it tries to do something interesting towards the end, which the second one definitely does try to do as well. And it just does not fucking work. To be, like, very brief without going into a whole lot of spoilers, you know how in Dragon's Dogma, like, you can't swim? That's, like, the whole thing is that, like, there's, like, these red tentacles that try to, like... They basically... It's just, like, an in-game way of being like, oh, look, like, you're back on the shore again. There's no swimming in this game. They took that. It's called the brine. And they're like, what if the brine was actually, like, super important and was actually, like, an eldritch, like, entity thing? And it sucks. 4, but I'd have to double check. So we'll probably wrap up soonish. We've got started on metallics, which is nice. It's either 4 or 5, but bouncing between 2 sessions with 2 DMs is kind of confusing. Because last week was the Chult, and that started at 5. Okay, what do you... That's it? Okay. In that case, it's 3:20. Let me go for 10 more minutes. Well, I also gotta check to see what fucking time it is, because I don't know what time the session's starting today. And Gappy's gonna give me shit. He's like, you should always know. Brother, I got like so much shit going on. And every week it feels like we're just bouncing between 4 and 5, 4 and 5. D&D is going to be postponed by 30 minutes in an hour. What? So we have an hour, I think, is if I'm reading that right. All right, let me go for like just a few more minutes and then we'll go. Yeah. I want to take a moment and voice my appreciation for one of our editors, Rel. He's going through some tough family troubles right now. And I hope that he's okay. So when that new Elf episode comes out, I better see a lot of thank you Rels. Oh, chat, yeah, we went to go enjoy happy hour. No, I forgot. Okay, so chat, a couple days ago we went to Sonic, a thing that is not in Canada. We went to Sonic, and it was happy hour. It was more specifically happy hour and snacky hour, which goes till 5. And I was like, oh, this is going to be great. Let's go get like some lunch, right? So we went, and we're like looking at the menu, right? There's like nobody there, and then like some car started pulling up behind us, right? No big deal. It's fucking happy hour, right? And we're like, yeah, let's get some food. Let's get a meal. So we get a meal, get some drinks, right? Get a couple snacks. It's snacky hour. And we're going. And we're waiting for the order. You know, we're at the window. Our order has been locked in. Person behind us, order has also definitely been locked in. And as I'm waiting for the food, guy's like, hey, it's going to be a second, if that's all right. And I was like, yeah, no, for sure, of course. Because, you know, I know they probably got a lot going on. But I hear, like, behind me. I go, what was that? And then I listen more, and I hear, like, come on! Come on! What is taking so long? Hurry up! I'm like, Carrie, do you hear that? They're like, hear what? And I'm like, I think the person behind us is yelling. Come on! So, because this is like a fucking place that knows they're gonna get busy, they like have a little door next to the drive-thru thing. So they go out, they give this lady her fucking drinks and stuff, right? And she drives past us. I go, here she comes. She gives us a fucking death glare. She was pissed. And I was like, what are you saying fuck me for, bro? It's snacky hour. But, like, we were talking about it, and, like, I frankly think, like, she must have been on, like, a lunch break or something. That's the only explanation I could think of, because why else would you be so pissed of people taking a little longer than you're used to? It was fine.
We were just, like, at the window and not told to, like, pull up or anything.
No, because they don't have a pull-up space. And you were talking to me because you don't have Sonics, but they have like the little drive-in things.
Yeah. Why not?
And you were
just go
like,
there?
what are those? And I was like, oh, you can like drive in and just order the food from there and they bring it out to you. And you were like, well, why the fuck does she do that?
Yeah, I was very confused.
I legit, I can only come to the conclusion that she was on her lunch break and she had like 5 minutes left.
Yeah, but then like get there a little earlier.
Yeah, not my fucking problem. Lady, ain't my fucking
At least
problem.
don't be rude to other people. Like, it's not our fault if your lunch break is running short.
Fucking lady, ain't my problem. A Route 44 should be illegal? What's a Route 44? Jedi have to be really careful because this is metal on white. This is gonna be nerve-wracking.
This is one of those songs where they looked at the lyrics and said, we can make it fit.
Yeah. Woo, that helmet was nerve-wracking, baby. Holy moly. We will make this all metal. This whole, like, bit here. Yeah, just a big chunk of metal on his fucking helmet. Anything else on this guy? He's got these bullet things. These honor things, whatever they're called. Good boy bullets. It's kind of funny to think I used to be one of those people who's like, oh, I'll never get in the models. They're too small.
Too small.
Now I'm doing this. Do a quick check. Okay. That's where we're going to wrap up today, y'all. We have made a pretty big jump. Like, all the leather got highlighted. All of the weapons, at least, got, like, base coated. When we come back tomorrow... Oh, all the Crux Terminatuses got done. That was a pretty big one. When we come back tomorrow, we'll definitely continue our medals. And then we gotta wash the parchments. And then... Oh, I forgot a purity seal. That's fine. Yeah, so when we come back to maybe tomorrow, maybe not, we'll see. Yeah, we'll have to work on. Yeah, there's still a lot of work to do, but we have done a lot today. All of the purity seals -1 on the captain's back here are done with the little wax seals. And there's a lot. I did make a lot of wax seals. Yeah. Getting it pretty good. I'm excited. I'm excited to get this. This is a huge chunk out of, like, the Ultramarines I want to make. Like, this is a huge chunk. Because other than this, I have some heavy intercessors. And then I have Titus. That's it.
Cool.
Out of all of my Ultramarines. So yeah, thank y'all for coming on by. We're gonna go to the grocery store, and then I have D&D. Thanks for coming on by, y'all. We'll see you later.
Have a good day, guys. Take care of yourselves.
See you around, everybody. Oh wait, are any of our friends live? Wooly is. Let's raid Wooly. Well, hold on. Yeah, why not? Let's raid Wooly, y'all. Chat!
We send you to the woolly man.
Send you to Wooly.